Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the November 8th, 2021 City Council meeting. If you could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Stacy, if I could ask you to please call the roll.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Councilman Gary Donovan, Councilman at Large, present.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor, Council at Large here.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky present.
Councilman William X. Conlon.
Councilman William X. Conlon, 2nd District, present.
Councilwoman Elizabeth Johnston.
Councilwoman Liz Johnston, present.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano.
Councilman Mitchell Galignano, 4th District, present.
Councilwoman Robin Hamilton.
Councilwoman Robin Hamilton, 5th District, present.
Councilman Peter Massaro.
Councilman Peter Massaro, 6th District, present.
Councilwoman Trinae McGee.
Councilwoman Trinae McGee, 7th District, present.
Councilwoman Crystal Finelli.
Councilwoman Crystal Finelli, 8th District, present.
Councilman Robert Bruno.
Councilman Robert Bruno, 9th District, present.
Councilman Barry Lee Cohen.
Councilman Barry Lee Cohen, 10th District, present.
And Chairman Ronald Quagliani.
Council at Large Ron Quagliani, present.
We have a full house.
Thank you, Stacy. Before we enter into public comment, just a refresher on the rules. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak in public comment. Wait for me to recognize you. Approach the podium. Please give your name and address for the record. I ask that we maintain decorum and show respect for the council as we listen to the concerns this evening. That being said, is there anyone from the council, the public, that would like to address the city council? Mr. Frazzolone.
Good evening, Paul Frazzolone, 19 Zoom Street. First of all, I want to congratulate everyone that's in here that won an election. It's very hard times to take week for your family and represent the city of West Haven. I want to thank you for it. I got a couple of topics I want to talk about quick. Just think, for those of you council people that weren't here yesterday, imagine 40 people were in this square yesterday. 40 people. The table over here, they look like they're in Carmine's in Manhattan having dinner. There was something in over there. We have to come to a better conclusion if and when we have another recount. 40 people. There was no social distancing. None whatsoever. And we just went through this big pandemic. That was crazy. Crazy to think of. But I listened to them. I was there all day. I was supposed to work, and they told me they didn't need me, so I left. But I was here last night when the numbers came back out, and I was concerned that some of the remarks made to the press was that the manila envelopes weren't taped right. They were supposed to go this way with Scotch tape or whatever. They were only done with the metal clasp. And okay, the handbook does say they have to be taped. It does. So, but the problem is, there's rumors that they might ask for another recount. They might ask for another election. But Tuesday night, the election, I was here, which a lot of other people were. I was here till Chief Joe Perno sent the guys in to say, if you don't have official business here, we want you to leave. So I left. But that night, both factions, Democrat, Republicans, went downstairs into the vault with those same manila envelopes that are in question. They weren't taped this way, that way. They put them in the vault. They locked the vault. They put the temper seal, the seal there on the door with a serial number. What we did yesterday, I went down with the police, Sherry and Joanne, and a few people from Barry's side and Nancy's side. We went down to the vault. The same temper seal that they put on Tuesday night was the one on the door. So they broke it, they read the serial number off, everybody wrote it down, took pictures. So the theory that, well, because they weren't double taped this way, that way, maybe people added ballots, maybe they tampered with them. It's impossible because the tamper seal was on the door. So that theory of possibly bringing litigation against the city for another recount of the ballots should be thrown out the window, okay? You know, the problem with this election, and as a former town chairman, it saddens me that the Republicans blew this election, okay? I did not vote for my Republican candidate, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why. Colleen, me and my friends since elementary school, and I could tell you some stories about her some other time. But when you start attacking a true West Haven person, an outsider attacking a true West Haven person, we get together, okay? We grouped up, we helped Colleen, okay? To have the Republican Party at the goal line, you fumbled the ball, okay? Why? Because people wanted one West Haven, but they didn't want one campaign, okay? People went after people personally for the wrong issues, for the wrong things. So you can't blame the recount, because I could tell you 40 people in 30 seconds that did not vote, they didn't vote for Barry. I'm not saying they voted for Nancy either. But, and these are Republicans, these are some town committee members. Because of Mr. Cohen and his campaign manager, they lost the election, period. Okay, everyone knows I'm a straight shooter, and that's my theory, and that's 100% correct. Okay, now, the whole process, yes, it definitely got to fix. That was crazy. Couple issues. You know, I come up and I talk about the taxes for the IA Club. And I told Ronnie this election day. October 31st was a Sunday. I went on Monday, not personal, Victor, you weren't involved. I went on Monday to pay my taxes. And I says, since yesterday was the last day of the month, today's the first day of November, I shouldn't be getting charged the interest from October. And they said, no, that only counts when the end of the month falls on a weekend, it only counts in January and July. And I'm like, why? The close of business was, I couldn't get here Friday, but usually historically in any state or municipality, when the day falls on the weekend, you have to the following business day. So I came in and paid $6,000, but the tax was already added to it from October. So they said that's the process. We only do that in January and July. So that's something that you guys could look into. Also, I'm not being negative about the conference center, but what are the numbers? What are we talking? What is the city? Are we giving them the building for nothing and signing a 99-year lease? What are the numbers? I don't know if you even got them yet. It's easy to do a press conference and say, we're selling this, we're selling that. Let's all rewind the tape 2 years ago. What did the city sell 2 years ago? Oh my God, a light bulb. Stiles School, Thompson School. But then there were some problems with the paperwork. We still own those properties. They're still in litigation. We might sell them today, tomorrow, the next week, next month, who knows. But the conference center is going to be a lot of hurdles to go through. We had a developer a couple years back wanted to do a motel, convention center and everything. That would have brought in about $30 million in taxes. I mean, with revenue into West Haven. Am I saying I'm against the microbrewery? Not at all. I want something positive so people can come off the highway to spend money in West Haven and then have a domino effect. It's sad that we need to create an atmosphere, okay, in West Haven. And if you want to keep UNH from that side of the railroad bridge, make that a college community. And nothing against those residents there, but I'm just saying, we need to create an atmosphere so people could come off the highway. It says on the highway, attractions in West Haven. What are they? What are they, really? What are attractions? What's the definition of attractions? I don't think we have really any attractions besides our shoreline. And you got to park 3 blocks away if you're from outside to park or one of the meters. So I want to know the numbers, and I think all the residents need to know the numbers of the conference center. We're going to lease them the land? Are we selling the property, the building, or are we giving them the building? What's going to happen to them, all the stuff in the museum? Where's that going to go? Do we have to look for another place for the museum? So there's a lot of stuff that people come up to me and say, you know, the whole thing, it's nice to get rid of the building, but at what cost? What numbers? So when you guys get the numbers, hopefully somebody could give it to our New Haven Register friend here to the right and post them for us. Besides that, That's it. Congratulations to everyone that won. For those that lost, thank you for your time. And, you know, we do appreciate it. West Haven's in a rough time right now. So let's put everything behind us. Let's put this election behind us and do what you're going to get sworn in for in a couple more weeks. Do the best you possibly can for the citizens of West Haven, because we're crying on this side of the bench. We need you guys to pick us up and take us for the next 2 years. So I appreciate all your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Frazzalone, for your comments. Just a point of information, when the Savin Rock project does appear on our agenda, we will have a public hearing prior to that meeting, and we will have the proposal out for the public as well. I'd ask that any West Haven resident that would like to speak in the public, that would like to address the city council. Sir?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tyler Smith, 360 State Street in New Haven. I come to...
I asked about West Haven residents first.
Okay.
If you don't mind, if you could...
Yeah, no, of course.
Just
Yeah.
defer for me, thank you. Anyone else from West Haven like to address the city council? Mr. Hickey? Your name and address for the record, Mr. Hickey, please.
Oh, I'm still in the same place. Mike Hickey, 32 Bungalow Lane. Right back to square one we are. I never seen a town like this. I'll be honest with you, I regretted the day I ever moved in this town. My wife wanted to move in here, and I always learned one thing. House is for a wife, not for a husband. I can live in a cardboard box. Taxpayers are out $636,000 of money that was literally, to excuse the French, pissed away. 2 men are already up on charges, and it's up to a court to decide if they're guilty or not. But I expect you, Mrs. Mayor, to be there with the prosecutor and the judge, and to make sure that if they are found guilty, that they get the book slammed at them. We're going to stop this in this city once and for all. This is not the first time this has happened in this city. Or do people forget? The athletic director that exercised the Board of Education credit card to remodel his house and buy anything he wanted at the taxpayer's expense. All right? We got a city council person that's selling drugs out of her own place. Is it that Democrats think because if you're on the city council or something, you're protected? The person that was sitting in your chair was sitting there counseling the city of West Haven while he's up in New Canaan robbing old people of $180,000. This is a criminal organization in this town. There's no respect anymore for us. None whatsoever. Now, we're going to have to pick up the tab, the taxpayers. And all I get from this city council and from this third floor, well, I didn't know. Wait a minute. A CEO of a company, if that kind of money disappeared, the shareholders wouldn't show them the door, they'd throw them through the door. You're responsible. The finance director that cut those checks is responsible. He's got to go. For the simple fact is, if I'm cutting a check for $82,000 that was billed to the health department, I would pick up the phone or walk down to the building and ask if she signed off on this. Because that's a lot of money. He didn't cut one check, he cut two. And you don't question that money? Are you out of your mind? I used to order parts at the company I used to work for. And when the vendor came in, we'd sit and we'd go through what we needed. He'd put it down on a piece of paper. I would have to walk from where we are to the office to a man that's strictly the manager of the company, not the owner of the company, and he had to sign off on it and okay it before I could give it back to the vendor and say, now you can send it. That's for a couple of $1,000. That's how you run a business. The city is a business. It's not a piggy bank where you throw the money all out, oh, we're out. We're not going to get the money that we just got now. Because this city proved to the state you're not trustworthy. Allows us thinking $1.1 million and 3/4 of it when other people's pockets didn't belong in. Where is the rest of the money? I can't account for all of it. accounted for like $170,000. Where's the rest? Trust me, there's a lot more people involved in this. And the one thing we need, if we got a mob representative that's in this city hall, as a taxpayer, I'm requesting for them to do a forensic audit on every vendor that did business in this town for the last 4 years, simply because 5 years, the statute of limitations is over. Because I'm going to tell you something right now. I'm a devious person in a whole lot of ways. This hasn't happened just now. This didn't happen just now, which means it's been done before. The vendors have been coming in, performing no work, nobody's signing off on it, they're sending a bill, and a check is being cut. That's what I believe, and until an audit tells me differently, we need to check it. Because somebody in this town is as crooked as all heck. We'll let that go for now, because it's going to take time. It's going to be 2 or 3 years. Their lawyer's going to postpone this and postpone this. But understand, Mrs. Mayor, the Department of Justice, see, I read all the time, just enhanced all white-collar crimes. I don't want to come back and find out that this town said, okay, we're going to make a deal, they're going to slap on the hand, and they're going to do a year or 2. I want the whole 20 yards. Send a message to everybody in this town. You rob the taxpayers, you're going to pay the price. You're going to pay the fiddler. Like my father says, when he used to beat me, I'm making an example of you to your brothers and sisters. You step out of line, you're going to pay the fiddler. I don't do visual. On the last budget, $500,000 was cut and sent to the Allentown Fire Department to subsidize their retirement fund so that you wouldn't have to raise their mill rate. Mrs. Mayor, when you sat on the city council and I sat up here with John Picard, when he made this deal, him and Bell, the agreement was that we would not pay any of Allentown's bills. That the city would set the budget, set the mill rate, and there would be no vote from the Allentown people because they gave up that right when they turned it over to the city. And then you would place the commissioners. There was a guarantee that no money would come out of the center or the West Shore taxpayers. Well, you gave it to them. You set a precedent. And now, just like any little kid, they're going to expect it next year. You weren't supposed to do that. And I'll be honest with you, I want my money back. We got streets and everything else I could have used that $500,000 for. Not to buy off votes, and that's exactly what it was. $500,000 on an election year that you knew you weren't supposed to do. I don't care if Allentown people get their mill rate raised in Allentown. Nobody cares if the center does it to me, and nobody cares if West Shore does it. It's called business. I knew this was going to happen. I told you before, all the fire departments come under the city, or none of the fire departments come under the city. And the agreement was, and I'll get John Picard to come down here. Because I'm a very staunch man. And don't tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. The one thing this man doesn't do, I don't forget anything. Sometimes it's a curse, but I forget nothing. And I remember you sitting over there and arguing right along with me that it's not fair for the other taxpayers to pick up the bill for Allentown Fire Department. You got to stop this. Every time I pick up the newspaper, there's nothing but bad news for West Haven. Nothing but bad news. How about the Haven? They stopped working at the Haven on 1st of August. Nothing's been done. Don't tell me, no. I go by there all the time. I have to take my wife to St. Mary's Falls Hospital. Machines haven't moved in months. Now the cost of everything is up big time. A $200 million project is now going to cost them a minimum $230 million. But nobody hears anything going on about that. We were in a rush to exercise eminent domain to get that thing going. I've been in this town 22 years. In May. And that project's been on the drawing board. That's crazy. Don't get all excited about the $6 billion that's coming into the state of Connecticut. All right, that's a drop in the bucket to what's needed in this state. That Pearl Harbor Bridge that just got finished, $1.4 billion. And we're only getting a lousy $6 billion? There's 4 more bridges that have to be replaced. That money's gone. The railroad, that's a joke. All right? I worked the railroad in 1973 until 1978. I worked under the federal government. Actually, I worked 3 railroads in 1 year. The federal government has been dumping money into that railroad sitting out there since 1973. I remember when they put all the welded rail in. I remember stringing all the trolley wire up there. All right? I remember putting all the insulators. I personally, and that's a guarantee, the electric that's wired in New York for Con Ed, I hooked it up. Me, personally. So don't tell me that they need money because they haven't been there. They've been getting money every year. That is a lost cause. It has never made a profit. People don't want to take the train. I worked for the railroad and I used to drive because the trains are unreliable. All right, I need to be at work at 8 o'clock. I couldn't depend on the train getting me there on time. You're like one person said, you're like a bunch of drunk sailors with a pocket full of money and no way to, and don't know what to do with it. So everybody's grabbing and everybody's taking. I'm really upset about Beth Salvo. $8,000 for that boy coins. Are you out of your mind? You could have gone to the Party store and got $200 worth of balloons to give to him that said thank you on it. $8,000. A marching band. How many thousands of dollars did that cost out of New York? And we had to pay for the train ride too, all right? You could have gone to Walmart and got a marching band CD and put it in the radio and turned the volume up. What did that cost you, $10? This is called stupid, frivolous spending. This is something my kids would do. I go up and down 2nd Avenue. I am on my 2nd set of shocks driving around in this town. You can't avoid the potholes anymore. And so when we do get roads paved, unlike Beth Salvo, that used to go out and make sure that the manhole covers and all the rest of the covers were at road grade, we now have permanent potholes. They're called manhole covers. And you notice when you drive by, you all of a sudden, boom. You're hitting the manhole cover that's supposed to be at road grade. I got Bruno's here, and there's nothing against the man. I don't really know him that well. All right? First he says he volunteered. When I volunteer for something, I don't expect any money. If I call up my friends and they say I need help, I say, let's not come and help you. I don't take a dime. When you say you're going to help somebody or you're going to volunteer, that means you're giving it for free. All right? But even if he didn't, he's over there and said he got an okay from the Public Works Director right here in the newspaper. This scuttlebutt's been coming at me from every direction. Only because I know for one thing, I'm not a man that will not say something. I don't have any fears when it comes to that. Even though you've tried to arrest me twice. On Friday, McCarthy told the Mirror that he never saw the invoices submitted by Bruno's company and claims he was not privy to that information. So the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. Who signed off on Compass LLC to come in here? You got a vendor that comes in off the street and it's not okayed by the city council, and the fact you actually got a bid on things and that the low bid is gets the vendor that gets it? When nobody signed off, nobody knew it was, but we were sending checks at the tune of $636,000 to this clown company. And nobody knows what's going on. I find that real hard to believe. Especially the finance director is cutting the checks. He can never come up here and give me an excuse why he didn't know. Because I am not a finance director, I'm a truck mechanic by trade, but I do know one thing. If my wife says, you gotta cut me a check for $82,000, she's gonna have to tell me for what, and I'm gonna pick up the phone and make sure that's where it's going. And I trust her with my life. You don't do stupid things like that. And if you're a finance director that's spending $165 million of the hard-earned taxpayers' money, you better know where every penny goes. I had a city council person tell me one time, and I went out the wall, but I walked away. It said, Mike, you cannot micromanage a budget. Well, that's a lie. For the simple fact is, this city council, this town hall, this mayor's, all micromanage the taxes. I read when my own taxes, even though I was late, was sent out. Well, what amazed me was how many people were between 100 and 10 cents were being, their liens were being sold to a bidder to pay 18% on. From $100 to 15 cents, I have tax collectors, tax enforcers, a tax lawyer. You mean to tell me you couldn't sit down and mimeograph an entire sheet and then just put down the amount they owe and give them tell them if you get it paid within 30 days, there's a forgiveness on the interest? Because what the heck is an interest on $100? All right? Instead, you got to sell the taxpayer out, throw him under the bus, and now he's got a lien on his mortgage, which is a scar on his face. I got a lien on my mortgage for waste treatment for $100 and something that went along with it when you put the lien out, and 30 days later, they canceled it because they realized the check was there, but it's still there and it will be there for another 4 years. This is what you're doing to the taxpayers that you totally depend upon. But the idea and what's come down to it is it's not the taxpayer or the human factor that's involved, it's the property. We don't count. Why do I know that? Because a woman down, that there was a secretary in the building department says if you don't like paying the taxes, sell your house and we'll get someone else that will. That's what's coming out of this city hall to the taxpayers. You treat us like dirt. You're sitting there, well, we're going to go and get them for everything. What does that kid have? He goes, I got a gambling situation. Well, after you spent $10,000, don't you think? I said, wait a minute, I got a problem here. I sure would light me up. He don't have nothing. He lives with mommy. A 30-year-old man living with his mommy. The hell's that all about? The other guy, I'll guarantee you, I'll roll your dice, all right, that house ain't in his name. And you're not going to get that either. Because a man that's smart enough to put this kind of a scam together has put a few other scams together in his life, and he knows anything that's his name can be grabbed. All right? My houses are in my wife's name. Cars are in her name. Bank accounts are in her name. You want to know why? Because at one time in my life, I didn't like to talk as much as I do now. All right? I used to end the discussion. When I say I'm all through talking, it usually means you're going down. Because I was as quick with my fists as I am with my mouth. So the lawyer told my wife, you need to put everything in your name because Mike's temper is too ferocious. He can't control it once he loses it. I do it this way now. I'm telling you the truth, and it's coming for me. I'm not talking for anybody else out there but for me. And if I'm feeling this way, and I feel like we've been literally raped, and this city hall allowed it to happen, and all indications to me is that it's happened before. And now we definitely need a forensic audit on every vendor. Because I got the funny feeling that we've been snookered every year for as long as I can remember. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickey, for your comments. Just one point of record, the $500,000 was through the Allentown fire budget, not through the center or the shore or any other taxpayer outside of Allentown. Is there anyone else from the public, sir? I think I You could come up now, sir. I'm sorry, I didn't know all the other hands. There were other hands before. Ms. Gregorio?
Good evening, everybody. Michelle Gregorio, 26 Fairview Avenue. Congratulations to everyone who won the election. Let's move on. I know I spoke with a few of you a few weeks ago that I was going to come to the council and talk about some stuff that I was excited about to share with the council. However, you know, with all the events that have happened over the last 2 or 3 weeks, my tone's going to change a little bit. Still going to be offering some suggestions. I think the time is now for corrections. I think the time is now for the council as a legislative body to take responsibility, and it's a time for you guys to act. The vast majority of you are going to be sworn in again in December. It's time to turn a new leaf. There are things that you can do right now to stop the excuses, stop the madness, and put the processes and ordinances even into place to protect our tax dollars. As a reminder, the good people of West Haven just want to be able to go to work every day. Seniors want to live comfortably in their home. We want to have a safe community. We want to send our children to our schools, and we want to have utmost confidence that our tax dollars, whether they are local or whether they are the massive amounts of state and federal funding that come into the city every year, we have to make sure that all that money is being spent wisely and it's being spent prudently. But the trust has been broken. You have all heard that more than once now over the last few weeks. While this corruption was taking place, the council was out in the community doing good things. You were cleaning parks, you were cleaning neighborhoods. Although appreciated, there was not enough engagement to follow the dollars in City Hall. Yes, you did ask for an audit back in July, but let's not kid ourselves. The horse was already out of the barn. There were questions raised about this money back in the spring. Then there were subsequently FOIs being rendered to the city. They were being filed and not getting answered in a timely manner. The citizens, we don't need to be corrected. We don't need to be chastised. We do understand what happened. We do understand what's been going on since more information about this scandal became public and more information was disseminated back in September. I am not going to speak to whether or not the intent of the inquiries were political. Yes, the FBI was in City Hall. Yes, it was not a raid, but an investigation is happening nonetheless. And here we are tonight, many citizens with questions, and we are awaiting answers, which all hopefully will surface once the FBI and the Inspector General have completed their investigations. So what can this council do? The first thing you should do is rescind any agreements made, either by ordinance or otherwise, that allows salaried appointees to receive the same benefits that is received by the management union. This practice has been going on way too long. Beth Saba was quoted as saying that the time records kept by these individuals was private information. Where our tax money is being spent is private information? Talk about more gut punches to the taxpayers. Comp time, eliminate it. Or any salary employee is just that. Some weeks salaried employees work longer, some weeks they work less, some weeks they make up time. Just like any salaried employee in the private sector, if time has to be made up because excess time was spent on the job, that does not translate to a paycheck. Enough is enough. Relative to this, the appointees and salaried individuals who received, and I will say in quotes, overtime from the COVID money should return all that money right now until a determination is made on whether or not those funds were received properly. And if they were not properly paid, please don't make an effort to make up the difference out of the general funds. Secondly, engage the Ethics Commission. Put a policy into place that prohibits city employees, appointees, and yes, elected officials, including members of the city council, from having them personally or their businesses contract with the city for paid services or goods. That is a best practice, folks. Thirdly, I don't know if there is a finance board that meets any longer, and what a shame that would be if they don't. But if they are in existence, I would urge you to engage them to be watchdogs of any state or federal funds that come into the city. The finance committee of this council, you guys should be working in tandem with this board to follow through on detailed monthly reporting that shows how these funds are being spent. Fourth, demand that the department heads that do not follow accounting procedures for submission of purchase orders and invoices be fired. Yes, you don't have authority over them, but you still are the city council. Bring them before you. Have them explain why they're not following best practices. The excuse is that we just don't want to do these things because we haven't done it before. I'm sorry, that's insubordination. All these records need to be totally transparent and follow the rules. You should not be afraid of grievances if these individuals are part of a union. If a person does not do their job and tell you that they are not going to do their job, then they deserve to be terminated. Fifth, the mayor has said that she will be implementing policies, accounting principles. When those principles are starting to be put into place, I think it would be under the purview of the city council to ask what they are they working, and if they're not, okay, you could demand a corrective action when the rules are not being followed. You should follow up on these things every month. Sixth, tell the state, and this is a big one, that you are in agreement not to release any more federal and state money to West Haven until the investigation is over and procedures are in place and they are enforced and our tax dollars are being protected. These monies are already in jeopardy, and you know what? Rightfully so. And finally, when questions are asked by the public regarding how money is being spent, and all they hear is, "We will get back to you," please get back to them in a timely manner. For example, and I'm glad somebody mentioned Allentown earlier, like the people from Allentown who have asked, I too would like to see a detailed explanation of the $1.5 million grant that went for the sidewalk project. A question which has been asked of all of you numerous times with no answer. Sorry that I'm being so vigilant about this. I'm passionate about this. I think you all can be. I think you all can get the job done. The taxpayers deserve answers. They deserve your respect, which I know you give to them, but also your responsibility as a council. Thank you for your time, and the solutions are in your hands.
Thank you, Ms. Gregorio, for your comments. Ms. Bollettieri?
Pat Bollettieri, 215 West Walk. The town of Orange has about 25% of West Haven's population, and they received about 9% of what we received. They got $107,000, and we got $1.15 million approximately for COVID relief. Over half of that, $636,000, went to fraud. Another chunk went to payroll, and I estimated that to be about $120,000. But I see there's another article by Brian Zahn, which that might not be accurate. Another $55,000 or so went to invoices for the marching band, storm damage, commemorative coins, Christmas decorations, T-shirts, videographer. These were reported by the Connecticut Mirror, and thank you to Andrew Young for shining a light on these. So out of the $1.15 million, My arithmetic shows between $300,000 and $400,000 left. So we'll leave it up to the investigators to determine the legality and the appropriateness of this spending binge. And, the vendors who provided legitimate products and services don't have any control what account the charges are made to. The failures of control, fraud, 2 people put in charge of the COVID money with no oversight. Payroll, I don't know if the payments were deserved or not. We'll leave that up to the investigators, but the practice of employees keeping track of their time on a paper napkin with no oversight, that really needs to stop. Regarding the invoice services, some of them were provided by Councilman Bruno's company. Over 30 years ago, I was in a car accident, and Robert, you towed my car, and you and your wife were so nice to me, I'll never forget it. And you have a reputation for quality and reliable service. However, Chapter 4, Section 1 of the city charter says, no member of the council shall assume any other office of profit under the government of the city of West Haven. Now, office is spelled with a small o, not a capital O, and it's not defined in the city charter. So to set everyone's mind at ease, can we determine whether office with a small o is meant to include a contractor? Maybe there's an ordinance, maybe there was a ruling from the city attorney, but that question has to be answered. What is office of profit with a small o? The controls between city council and city hall also failed. You, the city council, said you requested information from city hall, but you never got it. So my advice is stop being so nice. You can demand the information, and you can issue subpoenas. The city charter, Chapter 4, Section 9 says, the city council shall have power to investigate any officer, department, or board, and shall have power to compel the attendance of witnesses and the production of data at any meeting of the city council or any committee thereof, and to the extent allowed by law for that purpose may issue subpoenas. So make some waves. It's nice to want to be a help desk for resident complaints, but that's really not your primary job. Mayor Rossi, I'm sure you know there's some really good people working for the city. They're way down in the trenches. And you should identify those people and put them into responsible positions. And I myself, I've had a lot of experience with financial controls, and I'm volunteering my time to go into City Hall and to look at the controls that are in place and to make some recommendations at no charge.
Thank you, Ms. Bollettieri, for your comments. Anyone else from West Haven like to address the city council? Sir?
James Russo, 115 Pheasant Road. I am here tonight in frustration because this is the second time I've come before this council inquiring on a simple FOI request that was requested almost 3 months ago. No attempt has been made to contact me regarding status, fees, or any other matter related to this. And it is concerning to me as a citizen that this is clearly not being taken seriously. Since my initial request, I received more information from local news stations than from an administration that has promised transparency but has so far failed to deliver. And I'm not going to leave this. I'm going to keep coming and inquiring until my request is fulfilled by law. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russo. I will ask the Corporation Council this evening the status of your FOI request.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else from West Haven that'd like to address the city council? Ms. Russo.
Rosemary Russo, 115 Pheasant Road. Good evening. I stand before you tonight to talk about the issues happening in our city right now. Every day it seems to be a new story about the misuse of COVID funds in West Haven. It is just deplorable. However, the fact that this administration will not accept any responsibility in this matter is even more deplorable. According to the documents shared by the news agencies, this began in January 2020, or perhaps even as early as December 2019. The mayor's claim that she found the discrepancy and reported it immediately to authorities is a little hard to swallow. At the very least, 10 months passed while hundreds of thousands of dollars walked out of City Hall. Where was the oversight? Where is the accountability? I don't understand. Let's go back to June 2020. FOIs were submitted to the city. Months passed again with no information being forwarded to the more than one individual who requested it. This is also deplorable. But what upsets me is the fact that there was more than one request for the same information. Wouldn't it seem logical that somebody in City Hall would take a look at these documents to see what everybody was asking for? Instead of looking to see that there was a problem somewhere, a very expensive law firm in New Haven was hired to review the FOI. This in itself makes no sense. The information should have been provided to the West Haven tax-paying citizens whom requested it. That is the law. Let's talk about the large cash payouts that were received by several people in City Hall. It is stated that they were contractually entitled to the money because they worked over their 35 hours. I question this. It could possibly be found to be legally okay, but what about morally? I would like to point out that many employees of the Board of Ed worked more than 35 hours without any compensation. The summer before in-person learning came back was made available. The superintendent, administrators, teachers, paras, nurses, secretarial, food service, and custodians also put in many hours to ensure that the school buildings would be safe for both children and staff. The COVID money was used for PPE, extra cleaning services, and logistically planning how to house so many people in one building safely. Outdoor learning spaces were created, which included buying more tables and chairs and putting blacktop on different areas throughout the city. Extra staff was hired to help catch the children up in academics and help them transition back to a somewhat normal routine again. Not only was the money used wisely, there was an accounting of the money spent presented to the Board of Ed monthly. In short, there was oversight and accountability. Not one Board of Ed employee was paid extra, not one. As far as some of the other expenditures, news of a brass band being hired to march in the Memorial Day parade at a cost of $7,000, it's just mind-boggling. Keep in mind that during the pandemic, many Westies were out of work and were scrambling to put food on their table, pay for utilities, and even pay for their rent or mortgages. I'm sure that any of these people would have appreciated some form of assistance. This is an example of government spending at its very worst. In my opinion, and it's just my opinion, I believe that this entire administration needs to be held accountable. We need to rebuild the public's trust. I believe a good start would be the resignations of the mayor and the finance director. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Russo, for your comments. Dave? Come on up.
Hi, my name is David Carr. My real estate office is at 54 Broad Street, Milford, and I just want to, first of all...
Can you give your address for the record, please?
Yeah, 29 Lake Street. So I just want to say that, first of all, I admire everybody up here because you all have a tough job to do, and it's, it's tougher than you probably imagined it was going to be when you signed up. It's probably going to be more difficult for the next 2 years. So we always hear about economic development. I've heard this over and over. And the only thing I can think about is, what are we going to do next? When I come to the meetings, I watch them on YouTube, I watch it on the computer, that's why I don't come down here. But what we do next is the most important thing. It's a key to future economic development, and I think the future is honesty, efficiency, accountability, and transparency, because everybody's looking for this, and they want to know where to invest, they want to know where they can feel secure bringing their families, where they can build their business. And I really believe that honesty, efficiency, accountability, and transparency is really the key to the future of all economic development here. And somehow, this is something that everybody needs to put into their heart, because everybody goes home at night and you come up here and you do this job that you all signed up for and you got elected to do, and everybody trusts that everybody's doing the right thing. That's a huge responsibility, because you have to look at yourself in the mirror and you have to live with yourselves. So that's got to be the hardest part to me. And to sit here and listen to everybody be so upset, everybody should be upset. They've got a lot of right to be upset, because everybody wants to have a nice place to live and build their businesses and be proud of, and I think everyone deserves that. So however this can be brought into the workings of this city in the future, the honesty, efficiency, accountability, and transparency is what everybody's owed when they pay their bill. And I understand that tax lien sales, I understand that that money has to go in, that you have to do that legally. I learned about the Patriot Band and how they're a nonprofit from New York and how they support veterans. You just read all this stuff, it's amazing. So I think, you know, I don't know what happened, because I didn't make any decisions, but I read it, it's everywhere on the computer. And anybody who just types in West Haven can just read, and that's what I do, and that's how I understand it. So I'd like to read good stuff, and that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for your comments. Is there anyone else from the city that would like to address the city council? Marge?
Margaret A. Krasinski, 1 Robart Street in the Allentown section of West Haven. The Allentown Firehouse.
Pull the microphone down. Pull the microphone down.
This here? The other? Okay. Margaret A. Krasinski, 1 Robart Street in the Allentown section of West Haven. When the Allentown Firehouse had a problem, we went to John Picard, and he took the fire department over into West Haven. We were independent from West Shore and the city of West Haven, the Center District. We, West Haven, Allentown, were supposed to take care of our own taxes. We weren't supposed to be under anybody to pay our bills. We were to pay our own bills, our own fire department, nothing to do with the Center District or West Shore. I noticed when the budgets were going through, I had an iPad and I got to see 2 councilmen added $50,000 more to our budget. I assumed the money was coming from the Allentown budget. Okay, fine, no problem. We are not dependent upon the city of West Haven, the other 2 districts, to pay our bills. We pay our own. So let's get that straight. If anybody has a problem, you're going to have to find the agreement that was signed. Okay, I was there at the lawyer's office at the time it was signed. Okay, find that agreement. Somebody has to have it in the building here. Okay, no other districts pays our bills. That was the agreement we came to with John Picard. Okay, next. I am thoroughly upset with what's been going on with the city of West Haven with the money that came from COVID. I'm also upset with what's been going on and what's been said about Mr. Bruno over there. He's a businessman. He came on the city council. He's been using his time, his money, his equipment to a lot of good things here in West Haven. Okay, he got reelected. I am so happy because I think that gentleman over there is going to do a lot of good with West Haven. Okay, And I'm so happy at the best of the people who got reelected, because you're going to be doing a lot of good things. I am especially happy with the woman over there who's going to get, I guess, reelected for our 116th district in Hartford. Good luck to you. You're going to do a lot of good. Now, how do we get back on the track with all this controversy with that COVID money? That worries me because it's going to tarnish our reputation. And Johnny Bernardo, I happen to know that person. I guess he hasn't put in a resignation to the city hall here. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm assuming he's on administrative leave, paid administrative leave. We'll have to wait and see. But I don't think we're going to go through a terrible time because of what's happening. And you know what? Be prepared, because I don't think this is over with yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Krasinski, for your comments. Is there anyone else from West Haven that would like to address the city council? Mr. Mullins?
All right, good evening. Congratulations, Mayor, on your reelection, and congratulations to everyone else who's been either reelected and those who are coming in, and to those who, oh, I'm sorry, Stephen Mullins, 22 Oak Road in Allentown. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I was going to get there, Steve, but he beat me to it.
And for those of you that are leaving the council, congratulations and thank you for your years of service. All right, so it has been, we've gotten a couple real bad black eyes, and I've gotten calls and texts from people all over the state and throughout New England who have heard about all this, saying what is going on there, and it's bad. And it's really bad, especially when you personally know the two individuals that are involved. Mr. Bernardo, I've known since I was about 6 years old. Lived down the street from him when I was a little kid. The former representative, we've all known him since he was a teenager. He's always a good kid, so it really hurts, and it's put a serious black eye on us. I have always thought of a municipal government structure to be very much built like a corporation. It should be ran like one. The mayor is our CEO, Chief Executive Officer, who appoints the Chief Financial Officer, who's the comptroller. The chairman of the council is basically the chairman of the board of directors, so the board of trustees. The taxpayers are the shareholders. That's always been how I've thought of how a municipal government should be considered to be structured like. And the shareholders, the taxpayers, have definitely been failed. And it is my hope and indeed my prayer that going forward, we've learned from this and can make things better for West Haven. But this is going to be a long time to get us back on track and to gain our reputation, which is already tarnished with the financial situation we're already in to begin with. But there is hope. So my hope, my prayer for the incoming council and for this next 2 years is that we can get ourselves in good order and not keep embarrassing ourselves. With all the COVID money, I haven't heard much, but I don't know if you can enlighten me, but there are a large group of men and women throughout this city who did not have the luxury of being home, working from home, and being on Zoom calls and so forth. They had no choice. But they are our first responders, our cops, our firefighters, our 911 dispatchers. I'm wondering, did they get the benefit from any additional funds from COVID monies? I don't know. Maybe you can enlighten me in that at some point in time. But those are definitely people who definitely deserve something additional for all the work that they put in, whether they like it or not. Because if a house was on fire, regardless of COVID, because fire doesn't know if COVID exists or not, they're there. Anyone have to be transported to the hospital in emergency, whether it be COVID-related or anything else, they're there. And they can't do their jobs without the 911 dispatchers telling them. So they're the unsung heroes. But believe it or not, I did not come here to talk about that today. There are other issues going on in the city of West Haven. And there's one particular issue that I have taken the cause on. And if you all remember last winter, there was talk on Facebook about the lack of warming centers. Now, it was a pretty nice day today. It was pretty good. I was driving around with the window open. So talk about warming centers may not be of much interest to you, but I'd rather talk about it now than talk about it at the very last minute, as we did before. But last winter, there was chitter chatter on Facebook about, oh, there's no warming centers, no warming centers, no warming centers. Oh, what's wrong with the city of West Haven, blah, blah, blah. Well, I'm not the type of person to get involved in that type of chitter chatter on the keyboard, but I'm more into actually getting action done and solving the problem. And Councilwoman Hosky brought the problem to my attention, and what did I work on doing? Immediately getting a warming center set up for the very next day instead of moaning about it. I formed a committee together along with Tom McCarthy, our Commissioner of Public Works, the Episcopal Church officers, and the Gateway Church officers have met along with Heather Shea, who is the chair of the Board of Health. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago regarding warming centers going forward, and I'm keeping you abreast of that information. Last year, we had 2 warming centers. They were the Episcopal Church behind the green and Gateway Christian Fellowship. We have made the decision that Gateway will be the sole location for the warming center, and that is located in Bullhill Lane, for those of you who don't know. That will be the one location that we'll have. It is directly on a bus route, and in speaking with Commissioner McCarthy, he did state that the city of West Haven would be willing to help and provide security for warming centers. We have decided the warming centers will go into effect when the temperatures are 20 degrees and below. Now, everyone seems to think that warming centers are going to be strictly for the homeless people. They're not. We are at a point now with our economy and with inflation and so forth, oil prices are going to go skyrocketing through the roof. And there's going to be people who have homes that are going to need to take advantage of the warming centers. So don't think that this is just something for our homeless citizens. This is something to benefit anyone and everyone. The time will be from 10 o'clock in the morning until roughly 5 o'clock in the evening. According to Commissioner McCarthy, the city will provide sandwich boards to be displayed throughout the city to let people know when the warming centers are in effect. 911, fire, and police will be notified so they can also inform people who may be in need that the warming centers are into effect and are able to go there. If there's any issue, this is kind of in negotiation right now, or further talks. If there's any issue with transportation, we're working on getting bus passes for people so they can actually get there if need be. Advertisement will also be displayed in libraries, fast food restaurants, wheat, and other locations. Let's see. Commissioner McCarthy and the group will work on getting donations from local restaurants for food. Emergency packets will be provided by Gateway Church. At this time, I don't know exactly what will be in those emergency packets. And as of right now, if it's still needed, PPE, personal protective equipment, will be provided by the city of West Haven, according to Commissioner McCarthy. I do believe that is it in a nutshell. There may be further meetings in the future, and I can make you abreast of, but this is something that is dear to my heart, and I think it's something that is definitely needed, and we're looking forward, not with pleasure, but we're looking forward to giving people their opportunity for some heat. For Gateway is fully air conditioned, so for summertime, they are willing to be a cooling center also, but we will talk about that further when it gets closer to that time. All right, I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins, and thank you to you and your committee for taking the lead on that effort. Is there anyone else from the public from West Haven that would like to address the city council? For a second.
Can I ask, can we invite them to do a presentation for us, like when they get a
Business. For the second time, anyone from the public like to address the city council? Mr. Lewis?
Good evening, everyone. John Lewis, 10 Peppermill Drive, West Haven. My concern this evening is I listened to the MARB meeting, the latest one, last several, but there seems to be an outstanding $4 million that the city hasn't been able to get a hold of as of yet. There's several things that are required that we have to do within the city. I'm hoping that they can get done, which would present a $4 million hole in our budget, okay? Along with the investigation that's going on, there could be another additional $1.575 million hole in our budget. So I'm hoping that the requirements that are needed can get done and taken care of, because as I've said in the past, in the last 4 years, my taxes have gone up $1,000 on my homeowners. And this would be a complete increase here going forward. So I won't even, I think a lot of people kind of went over the recent developments within our city. Sad to say, it's probably more coming, but I hope that we're all paying attention to this. And, you know, maybe it's time to consider possibly stepping down. We got some really, couple black eyes here, and it's not very good for the residents of West Haven and for the city, just to recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis, for your comments. We do have a discussion on the agenda regarding the MARB meeting coming up later on in the agenda. Is there anyone else from West Haven that would like to address the city council for a second time? Anyone from West Haven like to address the city council? Sir, why don't you come on up, okay?
Thank you.
And then, sir, you'll be next, okay?
Good evening. My name is Tyler Smith, 360 State Street, New Haven. I'm here because I've been trying to buy these West Haven schools since June. I was hoping I would be on the agenda today, which isn't the case, but that's okay. I had no problem. I just wanted to continue to express my interest that I am ready, willing, and able to do this project. And I have the money set aside for it. You know, I've provided everything that was requested of me, proof of funds, my background, my properties, anything that, you know, has been needed to be seen. So I just wanted to come before you guys and let you know that I am still interested, and, you know, I'd really like the opportunity to get this project done. I know there's a lot of things going on in West Haven, and, you know, hopefully this could be something towards the positive. So thank you guys for your time, and I just wanted to, you know, express that I am still interested.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
For waiting this time to let us know that.
My pleasure.
Sir? Tyler, did I ask you for your name and address for the record? Did you
Yes,
give it?
I got it.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're gonna make some comments, right? This isn't a presentation this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeffrey Gordon, This will be easier. I'm president of Codispoti and Associates. We're a civil engineering and land planning business located at 263 Boston Post Road in the town of Orange. I'd just like to say that we find ourselves now in a very similar situation as we did 28 years ago with respect to development at Savin Rock. In January of 1994, I was retained as an expert witness on behalf of the city, its redevelopment agency, and the city council in the matter of Lazaros versus West Haven. Some of you might not remember that, but the owners of the Harbor Miss restaurant had sued the city because its plan to build 84 luxury condominiums on the adjacent parcel did not progress. Along with their restaurant, they had obtained rights to purchase the property and develop the residences, and this was approved by the redevelopment agency. But that approval was subject to the city council approval. Your body, at that time, with public input, realized that this was not the best use for that waterfront property. In fact, the mid-1960s redevelopment plan of creating a Miami Beach-style Collins Avenue in West Haven with a row of high-rise buildings had passed. It had long passed. It was revoked. It was felt that better access to the waterfront for the public was more in keeping with the goals of the city as the Savin Rock Amusement Park was removed. The council did not, as was its jurisdiction, it did not sign off on the project even though the redevelopment agency initially approved it. And thus they were sued, and obviously we all prevailed in that litigation because there's no high-rise apartment built in front of Savin Rock. Once again, we find the council is presented with a potential project, again, subject to your okay. On October 14th, on behalf of my client, SBM Hospitality, we submitted a response to a city request for proposal for the Savin Rock Conference Center property. Now, this proposal was due the next day, was due the 15th for opening at 2 p.m. We submitted the day before, is my want, having worked for the redevelopment agency in the city of New Haven, I never leave anything to a Friday if I can avoid it. But what happened is the day went, never heard anything. Then the early next week, I still never heard anything, so I followed up by calling the staff member whose name was on the RFP to find out what the story was on the proposals. He had told me that we had never submitted anything. I said, I'm not sure I understand, because I said I have the receipt for the submission right in front of me, signed and time-stamped and everything. So his comment was that it must be somewhere around, but they had not opened them on the 15th as advertised, but they were going to go through them. Having worked for 45 years in this industry, I can tell you that the RFP did feel tailored to the proposal that was ultimately recommended, the brewery user. I asked the council, are we sure, as was back in the early 90s, are we sure that this is the highest and best use for this site? Was the SBM Hospitality proposal and its revenue stream potential given full due? I'm, to this moment, not even confident that the proposal was ever found and reviewed, based on what I was told. Property taxes, hospitality-related spending and services would historically generate strong year-round revenues for the entire area. Now, I do agree that craft breweries are a romantic now thing, but how well will they last? The craft beer industry is thought by many already to be saturated. The contraction of merger rates have been substantial. And while Forbes magazine this year said that the number of small facilities has increased, production is decreasing. And our firm has had some experience with these. Often we find that they are located on distressed sites in search of a user. And in such circumstances, this is very appropriate. Here, this is a non-performing building, but it's a very unique location. We did preliminary planning work for the Dockside Marina in Milford. It was an underperforming marina located on the wrong side of a drawbridge. They had looked at putting a an ice cream place. They were looking at putting condominiums. They were looking at whatever they could do there, and then finally they matched up with a small brewer who was able to bring in the brewery there. We also did the design, planning, and engineering for Brewport in Bridgeport. Now, this again was an interesting property. It's an isolated building owned by a West Haven businessman, Bruce Barrett, Barrett Outdoor Advertising. He owned this little brick building because it was underneath one of his billboards. The building was only being used as a drop shipment location for New York Times delivery newspapers. So he decided to develop this as a pizza and beer location, but it is, again, isolated near the new music venue. Also, at one time, we had studied the areas near Stony Creek Brewery. We had studied the larger Maple Street Brownfield site, and that was a site that was infused with a tremendous amount of state funds to clean up the area. But yet the restaurants are not benefiting by people coming to the Stony Creek facility who eat from the food trucks, skipping the restaurants. In Woodbridge, where we had a brewery there, we had Wheeler's Restaurant and Tap Room across the street and Grimaldi's Pizza and Bar behind it, and both of them are out of business. So our question is, on and near Captain Thomas Boulevard, how would Jimmy's, the Savin Rock Roasting Company, Ishan Ramen, Apps, the Village Bar and Grill, Turks and Bia Jetties, how would they be elevated by such a use adjacent to them? Would not a destination hotel bring a better image to the city of West Haven? Would not bring more dollars to the area? Regional conferences using area catering, a wedding banquet venue, multiple day stay along the waterfront, these would support and enhance the area restaurants and bars, not compete with them. The hospitality group is the developer, operator, and manager of an array of properties under the Hilton, Marriott, and IHG brands. Its principals are located in South Dakota and Connecticut. The development team has a number of new projects under development in the Midwest and Connecticut, properties in New York State. Presently, they're seeking to expand their footprint in Greater New Haven and Fairfield counties. They have recently invested $40 million in the town of Orange with the Homewood Suites and Marriott hotels. These hotels enjoyed a high occupancy rate during the COVID crisis. They were bringing people in, they were hiring people and providing resources for people even during the crisis. They have been reviewing a number of waterfront properties, and they believe the Rock Street property with its waterfront location and the proximity to the West Haven train station is a very, very attractive fit. A luxury hotel would carry the Marriott Autograph or the Hilton Curio flag and would create a long-term revenue stream to the city. The hospitality group was proposing to acquire and develop a destination hotel on the conference center site. Refurbishing the existing structure would be costly, would remain an underperforming asset to the community. The present configuration is an underutilization of the property's resources. Redeveloping the property would involve an investment of approximately $35 million. We would anticipate a design approval period of about 8 months. It would involve Connecticut Department of Transportation, Connecticut DEP, CAM applications for review and input. We'd also seek the possible occasional event lease of open space adjacent to it for special occasions, Savin Rock Days, things of that nature.
Mr. Gordon, could you summarize, please?
I'm wrapping up. Well, we have comparable facilities in Madison, the Madison Beach Hotel. That is about a third the size. It's valued at $10 million. The thing that we really appreciate about this facility here, that it would be a regional draw to the shoreline. It's businesses in the city in general. We'd entertain conferences from New York to Boston, capitalizing on the Amtrak Metro North connections. We think that it would raise all the properties on the Captain Thomas Boulevard site. It would invite new business in. It's estimated that it would provide a property tax between $700,000 and $800,000 a year, residual Connecticut room tax. Area benefits would be tremendous. They have a practice of solar power, e-charging, it would obviously, there's usually a 4-to-1 multiplier of money spent. So if this building developed a revenue stream of $12 million for itself, the revenue stream to the city would be almost 4 times that, as it would entertain other businesses, food purveyors, florists, theaters, museums, markets, salons, taxis, car rentals, things of that nature. We think that it would add jobs and it would add tremendous things, but after listening to everything this evening, what a nice image makeup this would be. The council has presented a project sometimes as though it's a done deal, just waiting for your blessing. Why settle for something nice when you really have an opportunity to do something great? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Will you leave your contact information with the clerk,
Sure.
please?
I can leave a couple of these exhibits to you as well.
So, the council has, by its rules, this body has to approve any type of public land lease or sale, and has to review all RFPs for that particular site for any ready project. So I'm going to ask the Public Lands Chairman, Chairman Donovan, to schedule a committee meeting to review all the proposals on the Savin Rock site. Yours, the brewery proposal, and any other proposal that's shovel-ready to go. And then we'll announce that date. We'll announce that for the community, and then you will be invited, as well as any other proposal, to present that evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to address the city council? For a second time, anyone from the public like to address the city council? For a third and final time, and anyone like to address the city council? Seeing none, could you read that letter into the record? Public comment in person is closed. Stacy has one record to read into one letter to read into the record. Thank you, Stacy.
Okay, we have one emailed public comment from Diana McManus, 62 Hine Street, West Haven. I am sending you this letter regarding the issues with the alleged misuse of COVID funds. I would like to request the city council to please consider placing the Director of Finance, Frank Siplitsky, on administrative leave. Administrative leave is a temporary leave from a job assignment with pay and benefits intact until any audits and/or investigations have been completed. I cannot speak for every resident, but as a person who has worked in the banking industry for 25 years, I do not believe that a person so closely connected to this suspected fraudulent activity by approving the questionable expenditures should still have any power to do so at this time. I do believe having him still at the financial helm of the city during the audits and investigations could put the city at greater risk of losing more than money. We will continue to lose the trust of the residents. I would also remind the city council that even if a person does not partake in wrongdoing, a failure to report any knowledge of it is considered an act of willful blindness. Legal definition of willful blindness from Merriam-Webster: deliberate failure to make a reasonable inquiry of wrongdoing despite suspicion or an awareness of the high probability of its existence. Note, willful blindness involves conscious avoidance of the truth and gives rise to an inference of knowledge of the crime in question. Definition from the Freeman Law Firm: willful blindness is generally defined as an attempt to avoid liability for a wrongful act by intentionally failing to make reasonable inquiries when faced with suspicion or awareness of the high likelihood of wrongdoing. It is a deliberate attempt to keep one's head in the sand when faced with information or facts that create suspicion or awareness that there is a likelihood of wrongdoing. As to anyone who may or may not be implicated of wrongdoing in this awful circumstance, this should be the time to come clean, admit any mistakes, and suggest where additional controls, policies should be implemented for the process of internal monitoring so this can be avoided in the future. Thank you for your time. Diana McManus, 62 Hine Street, West Haven.
Thank you, Stacy. Okay, we will enter into our regular city council meeting. The first order of business is the approval of the minutes of October 25th, 2021. Is there a motion? Motion. Motion by Councilman Bruno. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilman Conlon. Is there any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Councilman Galliano, abstention? Councilwoman Finelli, abstention. Anyone else? Okay, motion carries. I'm just pausing a second. Councilwoman. Could you get the clerk counsel there? Attorney Kiernan? No. The attorney, could you get him? Good evening, Attorney Kiernan. How are you this evening?
Mr. Chair.
So, I'm about to recess to committee meetings. And the first committee meeting is the Finance Committee meeting. Part of that agenda is a couple items, police pension study, MARB meeting synopsis. I know that this council has several questions about things that potentially were discussed at the MARB meeting and also other questions. What I'd ask you to do is stand ready in case we ask questions that may not be able to be asked in the public forum, and then maybe you could just explain to us a little bit about due process before we get started.
Yes, so the general area that comes up is, by state statute, public employees, if you're going to talk about their job performance, their work performance, their performance on a day-to-day basis, they are entitled to be put on notice. That's both union and non-union public employees. Notice of the hearing, and then they have the right to have that discussion in executive session. So we don't have the right to make that discussion in public session. So it's not a complicated process. If you want to talk about a public employee about something, just because you can't do it at this meeting, if you're really anxious about it, you could put the employee on notice and do it next meeting. So it's not a prohibition. It just means you can't allow the discussion to take place until they've been properly put on notice. Because obviously, in very serious cases, they could be allowed to have counsel. In a union case, they could be allowed to have union representation. And so that is the process. Those are the laws. And, we hope and expect that the city council in holding their meetings would abide by.
Thank you, Attorney Kiernan. Just one other question while I have you. Could you give us an update on the FOI request?
Yeah, I continue to process FOIs as I get the information. I've probably sent out maybe 10 in the last 10 days to different organizations, different information. Continue to reach out to different staff people to continue to get information, and then try to review the information if information has to be redacted for privacy, HIPAA, and other reasons, and we'll continue to do so until they're completed. I don't think I have any outstanding FOI issue for which I have information that hasn't been responded to in part or in full at this point. And with that, I was going to approach Councilor Donovan, because Mr. Gordon left these information, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Fine, thank you. Okay, we'll recess into committee meetings. The first committee is the Finance Committee, Councilwoman Hosky. Yes. Oh, that's right. Thank you.
Okay.
Stacy, did you pass out tonight's communications?
Sure. We have before us communication A from Chief of Police Joseph Perno in regards to animal shelter donations. And we also have before us being assigned to the Finance Committee, Chairwoman Hosky. And we have before us communication B from the tax collector regarding overpayment of refunds for the month of October 2020. 21, which will be filed with tonight's minutes, and that concludes the communications for this evening.
Thank you, Stacy. Sorry to jump ahead.
That's okay.
Now we will recess into committee meetings. First committee is the Finance Committee, Councilwoman Hosmer.
Thank you, Chairman Quigliani. The time is now 8:30, and your Committee on Finance is in session. The members present are Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilman Massaro, Bruno, and Cohen, and myself acting as chair. We have before us Communication A from Police Chief Joseph Perno in regards to the animal shelter donations. I'd like to entertain a motion to bring this out favorably. Thank you, Councilman Massaro. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilman Bruno. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. I'd like to bring Frank Czaplinski up, please. Hi, Frank.
Good evening.
Good evening. Just wanted to go over a couple of things. The police pension study, going forward, it's just gonna stay on as a reoccurring item in in the Finance Committee. Can you give us any update? I know I did speak for you and the mayor as well. We talked about it at our last committee meeting. Has there been any update since then?
Yes, I have reached out to Milliman. I am expecting something before the end of this year.
Perfect. Do you know what that would be? I mean, can you give any additional details, or?
Yes, the information that was provided to them was data around the non-pension officers. So they're going to be taking that and working up various models, I believe, to determine what the cost is going to be to the city to bring these employees into the pension plan and make them whole.
Okay, excellent. So the other thing, I was burning Corporation Council's ear off yesterday in regards to hazard pay. Is that what we called it, Lee? Or wait, what was, how did we describe it yesterday? Not hazard pay, that's wrong. As far as disability, why can't I think of the word now? Is that gonna be part of this? Your eyebrows aren't.
Well, you were on FM and I was on AM.
Okay.
So.
Not hazard pay, it's.
No. So in the short run, what we may be able to do, and we've discussed this, I've discussed it with the mayor, and the mayor and I have discussed it with the police department and also with Dave Moran, who manages the police pension, is putting together in the short run for the 401k officers to ensure that if any catastrophic event were to occur, there is a way to make them no different than any pensioned officer. And we think that we could put together, at an affordable cost to the city, an annuity plan to bridge any gaps until we have a pension solution, if that's what the council desires. So I will make sure that that mirrors Mr. Czaplinski, or will be sooner than Mr. Czaplinski's response, and you will have the cost and how that would work. And the idea of, the beauty of it would be that if no officers, which you would hope, no officers ever need it, you continue to roll over the annuity, and it would continue to invest and grow, and could actually, if with any luck, be self-sustaining.
Okay, so I just need to ask, no, please don't go anywhere. I need to ask a clarifying question, because when you say, if the council so desires that we want to move this way, I am pretty confident if I were to make a motion on this floor right now, I'd go 13-0 to the fact that we do so desire. So I need to get past this idea of what, and I'm just telling you how I want to move forward. Like I want to go through the mountain and blow a hole and get through it all. Not we so desire. I want to tell you that I got to get past what you think we might want and get to a motion to tell you what we want you to do. Like I can't keep saying if we want to do this, what do we need to do as a body to get you to understand that I don't want to say, have this conversation anymore. Like, I want to do this. Or do we need $100,000? Do we need, like, what do we need for the next step?
Okay, so here's what I will pledge.
Tell me again?
Here's what I will pledge.
Oh, okay. So it's something you have to do.
Well, in the next 30 days, I will present with the mayor with an annuity product and the cost. And what the mayor recommends to you will be based on the information I give to the mayor.
Okay, so in the next 30 days, because when you do present that, so you're gonna come before the city council and you're gonna present that, I just like I wanna make sure, like, you know, Chief C1 and C2 are here. Definitely go. And the police commissioners, like, I just wanna do a presentation and just make sure that everybody is in the room when we do this. Like, I wanna just be able to, you know, Chairman, chime in on, you know, am I doing this right? Like, how do we make sure that once we get that, then we can just vote on it, move on? Or would we have to bring it to the police commissioners, or does it have to go before the union? I mean, I need to get all the next meeting, or the next time, or by the February of 2022. Like, I'm just.
I think, if you ask me.
I am asking you.
I'm gonna chime in. So I think what Lee's strategy is correct. I think they need to bring us what the annuity package looks like and what the cost is, and then we all need to evaluate that.
Okay, so, and then we won't want input from the police commissioners or the police department?
Yeah, of course, but at the end of the day, it's gonna be our decision to determine the amount of money for the product that they get. Yes, of course, you, just like anyone else, I would bring in the people that are gonna be affected by it to get their buy-in, sure.
Right, I just wanna make sure, like, is it a public hearing or what, you know what I mean? That's all, I'm
Yes.
just.
Yes. Yes
So-
and yes. The more this is out and people understand it, I think the better.
Right, and I just wanna make sure that I understand the process and that we are moving towards resolution.
Right,
So I
and
do appreciate
just so
that.
everybody knows, including the chief and members of the union, if they're still here, not committing to this tact and not committing to give the mayor this as necessarily a final solution. So I'm not presenting it as, all right, the work done, forget about the pension, Frank, move on. This is because right now, there is a perception that there is potentially a gap between the 401K officers and not, and to make them on a short-term basis, although it'll be a basis until there's something else, right? But a short-term basis to make them in the same position, if God forbid something horrible happens, that an officer with a pension would have.
Correct, so that is my understanding as well, that this is not the solution, this is just to bridge us until we figure it out.
And my idea would be the same as, so in other words, the ability to tap the annuity would be up to the product would be designed to be up to the police commission, just like the pensions.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Does anyone have any questions regarding the police pension or the conversation? Councilman Massaro?
And my understanding, if you do this pension for the police department, doesn't it have to go to the union and they have to agree to it too? Or are you just saying, this is the way it is and this is what you're gonna get? Am I missing something here?
No. Police pension negotiations are always done through the union. They're the same as negotiations of the police contract.
And you got somebody that's doing this, the same company that's got the pension now, or somebody new that's handling the pension, or what?
No, if we are engaged in police pensions, I wouldn't be discussing it here. You wouldn't discuss that until the end product, because they would be in negotiations. The annuity is something you put a bridge or a Band-Aid or something you put in place of until you get to the final decision on the pension. So I think a lot of people would suggest, including the mayor has suggested to me, that since we the city went to a 401K type product for police officers, that's how long we've had this gap, this place where they're not necessarily, if they're harmed in some way in the same position as an officer on the pension who's able to access a disability pension. So I think a lot of people would say this is long overdue. And again, it can, you know, if you eventually put a pension in place, you can eliminate the annuity, cash it out. It has a value. There's really no, look, the worst downside you would have on this is that you've made an officer whole and you paid out an officer who could no longer work as a police officer. And I'd like to think that nobody is going to regret a decision to do that. So I don't think you'll find that there's a downside, no.
No, actually, my question was, the police pension is done by a financial company now. Are you going to stay with the same financial company with this pension?
The annuity product would not change how the police pension is invested, organized, or the work that Milliman does concerning the police pension.
Thank you.
Anything, Councilman Bruno?
Lee, thank you for your time on this. When Brantford came before us, they had mentioned how they did it, where they were able to get some of the guys and ladies off 401K versus pension. Some stayed on the 401K, they were able to bridge it. Is that something that can be an option for our guys moving forward?
Yeah, so West Haven has a private, I'll call it police pension in a sense. It's a uniform, it's a pension unique to West Haven, the West Haven PD. It's managed by one entity. The Brantford Police Department is in what we call the MRF system, which is a statewide retirement system. So the MRF people were able to offer a fairly cost-effective buy-in for the town of Brantford, and Brantford agreed and they bought in. We're not in that system. I was alerted, before you make that leap, I was alerted to by, I won't say exactly who, but one of your three current fire chiefs, who has a department that did this, took the inexpensive buy-in to the MRF system. They found within 3 years that cost went up dramatically. So you have to be careful about that. The teaser rate, right? It's just like anything else. But nonetheless, you did have a presentation. The MRF system is there. Again, that goes back to Chief Massaro's question, which is you'd have to negotiate it with the department. So what my guess is, what you'd probably have at that stage is you'd have two pension systems. You wouldn't have the current members of the current system giving up their system. You would have us going into a MRF system for the other officers. Eventually, that pension system would phase out, the existing system.
Thank you, Lee. No.
Thank you so much, Lee, I appreciate it. 30 days. Frank? Chairman, you didn't have any questions regarding the police? Okay. Thank you. We're just hoping another standing item will just be like a MARB meeting update.
Yeah. It was a interesting meeting. I think that my analysis would be that the MARB has reached their limit as far as having to drag the city into compliance on things, having to heavy hand to get staffing, et cetera. I had a almost 2-hour call with OPM this morning. And the discussion topics were, what is the action plan on how we're going to fix some of the still outstanding items? Those outstanding items are around purchasing and the bid documents that are maintained by the city, the process itself, how those bids, RFPs, RFQs are being handled, how purchasing is handled within the city, and a direct question as to when will we staff purchasing and finance correctly and move forward with that.
Did you have an answer for them? 'Cause that was one of my questions.
I did. So I reached out to CCM and asked them for a community of our size, what are other towns using for purchasing departments?
Do you know I sent them the same request? Did they tell you that?
No,
I did.
no.
Okay.
Mine went first, though, I'm sure.
No, but it's just, yeah.
No, but they did respond to me. They gave me a list of, I think it was 15 different communities. They range usually 2 to 3 people in a purchasing department. There are some that have 4. There is one that has 5, but they can afford it. That is Greenwich. But typically, it is a director of purchasing, which is going to be a 6-figure job with credentials and at least 1 or 2 additional buyers and analysts. The role of this department would be, as I heard some of the public comment tonight, right? So the role of this department is specifically to investigate vendors, to investigate purchase orders. Why are we doing this? Are bids going out correctly? Have we followed the procurement ordinance, et cetera? I can remind you that up until this year, our purchasing department was half a person. So it was one individual shared between purchasing and risk management.
So I just want to ask a clarifying question. So my request from CCM was a little bit different. So your request was just focused on a purchasing department. My request was like finance.
Yes.
Like what is the staffing of a finance department the bigger
Yes.
umbrella of everything that goes underneath that. So you're saying that
purchasing
there's a
alone.
director and 1 to 2 people
Correct.
under that.
Purchasing alone should be 2 to 3 people. Finance, I believe, needs an additional junior accountant because we are not able to keep up with what we need to do now. So I think the department is pretty much stretched to its limit. We will not make the audit on time. Even if this incident hadn't come up, we would not make the audit because we don't have the bandwidth to get everything pulled together in time.
So I'm gonna
Yeah.
be very candid, but respectful. I heard from Marb that they said they don't care how we pay for it if we have to take money from our contingency fund or whatever. I pride myself on a lot of the accomplishments that we have made, even in a time when we're struggling. And one of the accomplishments that we have made is that we have always come in on this audits on time. We've not audited, like we've done our audits and they've been on time. So
Well,
you're saying.
last year was the first year it was on time.
Oh, right, well, okay, 1 year, we've changed, okay, 1 year. I thought we were gonna do it again this year, so maybe that's what I was counting. So why can't we bring in a consultant? Why can't we hire somebody temporarily?
Yeah.
Why, not why. We need to do that, like, it bothers me that we've already know we're not gonna make it. And what are we doing to try to make it? Like, are we bringing?
Yes, we are.
Temporary help in?
We are. I have already contacted Robert Half.
Tell me who that is.
They are an accounting temporary firm. I have received several resumes from them after having a discussion as to what our needs are. And Bob and I are going to be reviewing those and contacting them this week so we can get somebody in here as quickly as possible.
But is it just somebody, or is it
Somebody
two
with-
somebodies? I don't
Yeah.
know I'm just trying to
I
have a
don't know the
clear-
answer to that
Okay.
either until I sit and we figure out how capable these people are. But I would need at least one to come in to help us close the books and get everything ready to go.
And still possibly
audit.
not deliver on time.
Well, we're in November now. We haven't finished closing the year.
Okay.
We haven't finished closing the year. Typically, they would like to get that by the end of October, to give them enough time. Last year, we did not get it to them until early November, but it was a push. It was literally down to the last day to get it done.
What do you need? Like, how do we help you? Like, how do, you know, is that it? You go to the temporary accounting and you see, or is there just something else that you need? Because I heard the MARB say they encouraged you to stand your ground.
Full-time person.
We need what you need.
We need full-time employee. We need another full-time employee.
So not the temporary employee.
The temporary will help us to get, the temporary employee will help us to close the gap. But a full-time employee is what's needed. We spend a lot of time for the police billing, for all of the external work, et cetera. All of that comes through accounting. We have a very large volume of that. So that takes time every week. We have been trying to fill an accounts payable position. I think we finally have that position filled.
Now, is this the one the MARB was talking about when they encouraged you not to stay in-house and to?
This is the, yes, this is the one that they encouraged us to
Look at the skill set.
improve the skill set of that
Yes.
individual and improve the bandwidth of the department, the bench strength.
And how did that go?
That went well. We did have actually, yes, we received a number of qualified candidates. So we're going through that. We expect to have a final answer on that this week.
For a start date of?
Immediately. I would want this person here immediately.
Listen, I know, but
Because-
you know,
right.
if they have another job, they gotta do the
Right.
2 weeks, so, you know, you gotta think about that,
So
right?
right-
This is a professional setting, people, you know, don't just, you know.
You're right. You're right. So right now, there are 3 people in the department, one of them being me, dedicating a day to try to get accounts payable processed so we can get our vendors taken care of. We can get everything we needed taken care of. We have hired a consultant who was the purchasing director, I believe, for Meriden. She is with us already. She is providing guidance as to best practices with the purchasing department, boilerplate contracts for bids and RFPs so that we can streamline the process of getting contracts out to the winning bidders. She is helping us redesign the formats of the RFP, RFQ, and the bids because they're being used interchangeably and they really shouldn't be. So we have begun that process. We have requested of the mayor, and she has agreed, that we will have a dedicated dedicated department head meeting so that we can introduce this individual, let every department head know why she's here.
I'll come
what-
to Jesus.
What she's
because
doing.
I heard
Yes.
the MARB say.
Yes, what she's doing and why they will comply to this. The other thing I told the MARB was, if we can't get the department heads to go the route we need them to go, I've got no problem contacting the vendors directly and saying, we will not pay your invoice unless you have a valid purchase order.
So I'm gonna challenge you a little bit.
Okay?
You cannot do their job. I think we need to get to what the MARB said. You need to have a come to Jesus.
Yes.
Hold these department heads accountable, and if they don't do it, they need, it's progressive discipline.
It has
You
to-
go into any company, I cannot tell my boss no. If she tells me to do something, it's like once, and most of the time I have to predict what she's gonna say. Because it's, you know, so, you know, I don't wanna hear the MARB tell us anymore, and they need to know that I, like the MARB said, just because we've done it the same way all the time, doesn't mean the way we're doing it is right, and, you know, change energizes us, change is innovative, change is efficiencies, change is
Needed.
best practice, yes. So if they can't get on board, then we have to, as leaders in this city, hold people accountable for the jobs that they're not doing. You should not have to call a vendor because the department head is not doing their job. And it would be unfortunate, but sometimes only one person has to lose their job for everybody else to fall in line. Like, you shouldn't have to beg people to do
I
what
agree.
they need to do.
I agree.
So I stand behind that whole practice, as I'm sure the council is saying the same thing. Can I ask you, you were saying some other stuff. So one of the things, the internal controls and the weaknesses, you said that you brought in the consultant to review the purchase order process and the vendor onboarding, all of that
Yes.
is up and running.
Well, it's under review.
Under review, yeah, not up and, you're right, but they're doing all of that.
Correct.
The process.
Correct.
And did she give you, or they, I'm sorry, I don't know was it a,
To women, yes.
it's a female, okay.
Female.
Did she say when she might be delivering this? You know, is it like a 6-week thing? Does it take 2 months? Is it generally projects I got assigned, it's gonna take me till July to figure
No,
this thing
we've
out.
broken down the process. I know
Okay.
she's been concentrating with the contracts in the legal department.
Mhm.
She's now focusing on the boilerplate for the RFPs, RFQs, and the bids.
Okay,
We will then focus on vendor onboarding. She is reaching out for me. She is reaching out to other communities to see, through the SCROG, if other communities actually have documentation as to how they onboard their vendors.
awesome, that's great.
The goal of this is to actually be able to have a processes manual for all departments. One of the forensic audit requests were policies and procedures. I have not been able to find any that are written down anywhere. So the goal is to create these.
Yes.
And it will be up to, the ongoing administrations and yourselves and your successors to enforce that this happens. I know that in other towns, there are no ifs, ands, and buts. There are procedures around purchasing, and if you can't get on board, then you are shown the door.
Right. So this CCM director, the 1 to 2 buyers, the junior accountant, who's looking into all of that? Like, who's looking at that and saying, this is all going to, cost such and such money, or is anybody
I am.
looking? You are looking
I've
at
already
that.
started doing the research. A director will run you anywhere from $98,000 to $108,000. The buyer will run you somewhere around $68,000, which is what we're paying the current purchasing person here. The accountant would probably run you somewhere between $53,000 to $60,000,
Plus benefits.
plus benefits.
You gotta
Correct.
remember that.
Plus benefits.
Okay.
Now, we do have an opportunity, because the tiered pilot money that's coming in from the state is actually higher than we budgeted for. So we do have funding available, I believe, that we can implement this, so I don't have to wait until budget time to put these people in. We would be able to cover the costs, I believe, to get them in prior to July, which would be my personal preference.
As would it be not?
Good.
I have a ton of more questions, but I don't want to monopolize. Anyone else have anything they want to ask? Barry? Go.
Oh, me?
Oh, you want to?
I didn't know who you pointed at.
Frank, just thank you, Barry.
Okay.
So I'm understanding this correctly. So we hired a purchasing agent from Meriden,
No, we hired her to come in as a consultant.
consultant, and that's full-time?
No, it is, well, this week, I think she put in 30 hours, but We're trying to limit it to 20 to 30 hours a week. I would expect once she gets past the initial workload of trying to figure out and fix the gaps, those hours should compress, especially if we can hire somebody quickly, we can get them up to speed as well.
She's already in place now helping?
Oh, she's in place already, yes. She's been here for 2 weeks.
So Frank, if you go back, you know, when all this started, 6, 7 weeks ago, with all that we've all been through, one on our face, and the whole 9 yards, I see you're now taking actions to put some people in place to try to help you along. What have you have changed from then till now on your end to do differently so we can't be in the same position?
What have we already changed?
What have you changed?
What have I changed? So what we've done is we've changed the way that we onboard vendors. So in the past, what I've seen in the vendor file, let me take a step back. So what I've seen in the vendor file are several vendors that have no tax information. So no social security number, no employer ID number, federal ID number, which tells me that they were not required to provide W-9s. We started, once our purchasing director or our purchasing person, before he came on, we started the enforcement of W-9s. More recently, what we've started doing is extending that research to see if we could go to whatever state that company is in, visit the Secretary of State site to do a research, which is how we found the information on the company that was an issue, going up to the Secretary of State site. So we do a search there. We do a search to make sure that any of the principals of that company are not employees, and forgive me, are not members of the council either. All of that would normally be done by the purchasing department. So we've started implementing that now. We've also started, the mayor has started that any invoice or any payment over $5,000 now is countersigned by the mayor's office. Right, so in addition to the department head signing off on it, the mayor's office will sign off on it as well.
The approval for it, not the check, is the concept.
The approval, the approval for that. The check still goes through the normal accounts payable process.
So every check, 5,000 or more, has to be seen by the mayor before it leaves the building?
It gets countersigned by either the mayor or by the chief of staff.
Okay.
Before it even gets processed into accounts payable.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing else, Madam Chair.
One question I wanted to ask is, the MARB stating that they're gonna hold back our restructuring funding. You know, that was a blow, and I know citizens in West Haven are highly concerned as to the impact of that on us. What is your thoughts? Like, are you like, you know, because some people live paycheck to paycheck. Are we still living paycheck to paycheck? You know, are we gonna be fine? Can we hold out for 6 months, or is it kind of?
That's a great question. That was actually part of the call I had this morning.
Okay.
Was, what does the city need to do? What do we need to lay out? Because what the MARB is looking for is actually, they're tired of lip service, right? So they're tired of us saying, yes, we're gonna do this. They want an action plan that says, we're gonna do this by this date, and here's who's responsible for it. So we have started laying that out. Myself and Michael Milone and Julian Freund, who is the OPM, works for OPM. So we are putting that together. We will have something prepared for the subcommittee, which is next week. It will be the first of several, but we are expecting that if the city can commit to actually doing what's required, that would put less of a reason for the MARB to hold back that funding. But the city needs to commit to it, and they need to stick to it.
So how do we help with that? When you say the city is 55,000 people that can't control much of that. Like what, so all I can say is like when you do commit to that, if you want our support and you want mine, I gotta know. So whatever you bring to the MARB, you have to share with us.
We will.
Because I wanna support you, like we need to do, and, we need to take action too, you know, we need to, however we can do that, we need to do that. And if that includes this whole, you know, director and the 53 and the extra, pilot money you said you're getting, or you expect to get, like when will you have?
We did get.
Tell me again?
We did get it.
So there is extra money there?
Yes.
How much extra is there?
$200,000, enough to cover the cost.
So did you want to, Chairman?
I don't have final numbers yet, so I'm not prepared to actually ask for a,
Person?
well, I would definitely appreciate the authority to go out and begin the search.
Continue your question, please.
Oh, well, I was gonna get ready to ask you one.
You're gonna
So,
ask me one?
that's why I said Chairman, yes. So for him to get he would, what, do a resolution to ask us for that person? Or that money, is that how it would go? I
would think he has that authority. It appears to me that he's doing a reorganization plan, and then I have questions about that when it comes after the
Okay.
Finance Committee, but I would think he has the authority to do that on his own.
Okay. Councilman Cohen? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, thank you. I just wanted to follow up, Frank, on just a thing that's already been answered, or questioned, I should say, answered. So you're saying that if I understand, there is really, in terms of the vendors, there's really no standard operating procedure in place that you want to put together a manual of some sort, is what I heard you say. Is that correct?
Correct.
Correct. All right. So we don't have a manual, any standard operating procedure. Also, just it is what it is. People have to know that we do not have a standard operating procedure, nothing written, no manual on vendor selection. The other thing that I wanted to be clear on is, we talk about moving forward, and I congratulate you on putting certain measures into place in terms of new vendors, but in terms of our current vendors, the past vendors that we have, are we going to go back and verify them? Should it be their W-9s or?
We are.
And all that? So we're going to do that with our?
We are. There is a
Okay.
vendor cleanup initiative.
Okay.
That has been discussed. I don't have the bodies yet to
Okay,
throw
but
at it.
that's up to- yeah.
Just to let you know, we have currently, and I think I sent this to the chairman, roughly 27,000 active vendors.
Right.
In our system. A lot of them are duplicates, but as part of the process, we will go through and try to clean up as much of that as possible.
And how you're looking to prioritize those 27, like the most, from most frequently used in the last 3 months or two, you know what I'm saying? There's so many of them.
We should be able to run a report, I would hope,
Yeah.
that I can bounce off of the vendors to see who's been paid within the last 3 years, and we start with them.
Okay, and you start with that.
The older ones, anything over, say 5 to 6 years that haven't been paid, we can inactivate.
So they'd have to reapply, if you will.
Yes.
Or
Yes.
re-enter whatever,
That's
so
correct.
They would start from scratch, basically.
That's correct.
And could be considered a new vendor.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because, obviously, I mean, I'm just, I listened to the call a couple of times, earlier this week. I listened to it today, and I'm glad that you had your follow-up conversations today with the folks, if you will.
We have another call scheduled Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah, and you know what, we all want what's best for West Haven, and I'm just quoting Secretary McCoy, I believe it was, when she basically stated, this continued lack of compliance puts our MOA in jeopardy.
Yeah.
It really, really does. And the other thing that really came across during the call is from one of the gentlemen, I didn't catch the name, but one of the other people sitting on the board, is that we have to identify our needs, which I believe you're now starting to do. But he was very irritated because for the last 2 years, he said, you got to step up to the plate. He said it to you and the mayor. You have to step up to the plate because it's getting tiresome. Those are his exact words. And so I'm glad that, Frank, you're stepping up to the plate and that we're no longer, hopefully, not going to be seen as tiresome, because this is a very serious condition that we're in right now. The other way too is, can you give us a little bit more, if you're able to at this point? I know you don't, how we're going to change the way to onboard vendors? I mean, beyond the, filling out the paperwork, I mean, is there, what type of other things are you going to do?
Yeah, I've also reached out to CCM. We're trying to find if other towns have documentation that they require to onboard vendors. I would imagine that some of that would be a discussion around why is this particular vendor being brought in? Is there a current vendor that could do the job? If it's a large number, was it put out to bid? What was the bid? Where are the documents? All of that would be vetted through the purchasing department.
Yeah, and the reason why I ask, I mean, because it's the elephant in the room, because it's been asked in the media so many times, is you take something like Compass Investment Group LLC. A simple Google search would have told us there was 2 city employees that own the LLC, and it would have been as simple as there's either a conflict of interest or then ethics has been broken, and that itself would have been a trigger, if you will, to further dig and identify, do we want to do business with a vendor that's already being paid by the city, or there's some conflict, there has to be. So to me, that in itself, because to your point, because we don't have a manual, we don't have a standard operating procedure, something as fundamental as that really gets lost in the shuffle, and that's unfortunate. In terms of the emergency measures that have been put in place, anything over $5,000, prior to this, was there any minimum that you were notified of, or was there any maximum or minimum that had it? No?
No.
Okay, so then even though the mayor had stated in 2017 that she wanted to approve any type of expenses of $500 or more, that was never noted to you?
I wasn't here in 2017.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
You have a question?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. So all the procedures and stuff that, are being put into place now, can a lot of this be done electronically, or are we doing it manually? Because sometimes, electronically, it'll make those stops easier for us than for somebody to manually have to look at, like a voucher or an invoice to come in. Do we have the ability to make it automated?
Yes, great question. We have already, I had a 4-hour Zoom meeting with Tyler Technology, who is the software company that makes Munis. So I asked them to demonstrate to me the purchasing process and the AP process as they believe is best practice within Munis, and to show it to us as though we had never seen the system before. The good news is that a lot of that we are already doing. We are using the purchase order system incorrectly because a lot of purchase orders are created after the purchase has already been completed, so they're referencing invoice numbers. What you truly want is the purchase order created ahead of time so that the vendor has proof that somebody from the city actually ordered this. Once that happens, within the system, the department will now be forced to receive the product. So if they've ordered 6 computers, they have to actually go into the system and state that all 6 were received or 3 were received. That receipt report will be attached to the purchase order when it comes up to accounts payable. So we'll have a valid purchase order, which was already approved by the department head. We'll have documentation that the goods or services have been received by the city, and we'll have the approval from the department head to go ahead and pay the invoice. So we call it a 3-way match. So that 3-way match will allow us to use the system to actually push back if things aren't there. We'll be able to develop metrics, I believe, and I need to talk to Munis about this. We should be able to develop metrics that will show us which purchase orders were created after the invoice date so that we can target specific departments that are not complying. And that would allow us also to report out to yourselves and to the MARB the metrics needed to actually show that we are making improvements.
Frank, you just said that you'll be able to target certain departments, but is there punishments that goes along with it if, like, say, they continue to write up purchase orders after the fact? I mean, that's something that's really important.
I
People
don't
need-
have the authority to discipline department heads. The only thing I would be able to do is call the vendor and say, you will not be able to take an order from this department unless it's countersigned by finance or the mayor's department, or the mayor's office.
Can't that be part of the contract, though? Isn't that part of the agreement? I mean, I do that. I have to, they send me a quote. Or
Yes.
I send it, I have to get that sent back to
Yes.
them before the order is placed.
There are towns that have sent, as I mentioned earlier, there are towns that have sent letters to their vendors saying that your invoice, after a certain date, because obviously if they've already been ordered, right, we're gonna get the invoice in at a certain date. After a certain date, if you send us an invoice without a valid purchase order, the city will not honor it, because that purchase was made improperly. And that, hopefully, that's another lever that forces departments to actually go through the process correctly.
I think that we should do that. That should be just part
I
of our,
agree.
part of our standing operating procedure, that we won't do
And that
it.
should be part of any of the onboarding process as well.
And there needs to be some type of, and I mean, Lee could speak to this, but if that, there's no, the department head will have to take responsibility for that. You know, you can't order for us and us pay it, like, there just can't. I have one other question. Bonding and money that's insured. Bonded employees, we insure our money. I know that there are some city employees that may be, and they're, I don't know if this is you, Lee, but have we looked or thought about bonding our employees going forward, or the money that we receive? Is that part of like a best practice that we might be thinking of doing?
Okay.
What's the cost associated with it?
So your housing commissioners by federal law are bonded. I have not seen, no one has provided me with any evidence that we bond any officers here, and I see my finance director turning around to look at me for the answer. That would suggest to me that has not paid a bill, which they don't bond for free.
No, I know,
So-
and I understand that we don't. I'm just wondering if part of best practice, looking to the future to do things differently, has that come up in conversations? Have we thought about doing that?
Yes, well, I would just, in particular job positions, I have recommended to the mayor that a chief procurement officer should be bonded, period. That person should be bonded. If that person is who is going to sign off on purchasing, then, you know, that's the person we want bonded, because that's the person we're going to want to ask questions for.
Okay, so is that an action item of us to get that done? Okay. Thank
And based on, obviously, I think council members know there's stuff I can talk about, stuff I can't talk about, but just generically, I will say, going forward, I would recommend bonding a finance director.
Thank you. Chairman?
So Frank or Lee or whomever, so Lee, let me follow on, okay? So the charter says, under the finance director, purchase at the expense of the city surety bonds for all officers, employees of the city required by law or by ordinance. So that was my question, what does that mean? So we don't really know what that means?
Well, I don't
have. I mean, who in the city is supposed to be bonded? The roles. I know you said that the purchasing director or the chief purchasing officer, but is there anybody currently now in the city that's bonded?
if the finance director isn't paying for a bond, I have to conclude that the answer is no, because we have to pay for it, it's not free.
So there's all sorts of criteria in the charter, if you look under the Department of Finance. There's a city ordinance out there that says you can't overspend your budget, right? There's purchasing ordinance, chapter 43, that lays out what the city's supposed to do regarding purchasing. So I think the disconnect is that that's terrific that they're in the charter and that they're ordinances, but there's no enforcement of this. So I get, Frank, what you say that I can't discipline, but what you can do is notify the disciplinary authority that these people are not following the procedure and discipline some people, because we have the regulations on the books. You know, I'm thinking to myself, how much more regulation do we need? And guess what? We're gonna have more.
Well,
but we also have all this existing regulation that has not been followed.
Well, you read, it says city required by law or ordinance. So I would have to see what requirements by law or ordinance have not been followed in terms of that. I don't know if we haven't followed that in terms of that. The charter says we're supposed to go by required by law or ordinance. So if there's a new law or ordinance that requires a surety bond is what that is saying in the charter. Now, regardless, I wouldn't need to look up that to say we need to bond the finance director and we need to bond the chief procurement officer. If we need to bond other folks, I guess we would do that. You know, look, the city had financial trouble. We have an insurance scheme where we have, I don't know of another city that has a higher deductible. So, you know, whether or not we had this 20, 30 years ago and expenses were cut, I can't explain that. But as it relates to employees complying with requirements of the city, yeah, that can be enforced. That can be enforced by the personnel office. You know, you just make it a requirement. It's a checkoff. Did you do this? Did you get your drug test? Did you get, I don't know, training for XYZ? You know, I remember years ago, we had a sanitarian who all of a sudden one day wasn't a sanitarian. We didn't say, oh, well, no, they lost their job that day. If you're not a licensed sanitarian, we're not going to let you keep being a sanitarian. So I think it's the same concept as that. You just make it a requirement. But if we're going to make it a requirement, you heard Frank talk about Munis, that means the employees have to have access to and be trained in Munis so that they can operate it. So you could say, well, you know, everyone could get angry, why didn't they fire so-and-so? But what if so-and-so says, well, yeah, I didn't do it because, you know, I didn't get the training. So, look, everything has to work hand in hand. It requires hard work. It requires people being accountable, stepping up to the plate, and doing their jobs. And I think everybody knows, look, we've had thin staffing because we've had no money. And now I think everybody understands that we're going to need people in place to make sure that things are done right, and ensure that this never happens again.
Lee, I understand that. I think my point is that we have to memorialize these things in city ordinances. If our ordinance is out of date, then we need to update it. Whatever policies and procedures are, and we usually throw that word around, but best practices, but in the industry, then that should be memorialized in an ordinance. So when you're gone, or I'm gone, or anybody's gone, this continues on as a standard operating procedure for the department. Frank, I have one more question. So, and I listened to the
But with respect, you could memorialize what I just described in 2 job descriptions, and you'd be done. You wouldn't necessarily.
Until someone changes the job description that we don't know about.
Oh, well,
So that's
all right.
why we have it in a city ordinance. Frank, listen, I've heard the long and the short of the MARB for many, many years. And I'll give you my editorial that a stool does not stand with 2 legs. A stool stands with 3 legs. Mm-hmm. And for 4 years, I've been trying to get the MARB to include the city council as part of the collaboration between the city and OPM. And for 4 years, we still meet the resistance of the MARB talks to the executive board, the executive of the city, and the executive of the city talks to the MARB, and the city council gets boxed out. So I've asked 4 times. We're probably going to gonna ask a little bit more forcefully, but we want to be part of the process. We want to collaborate, we want to help, but it's difficult to play catch-up when we're not included in the process. Now, I've heard for longer than I'd like to remember, and I even saw you the nice color-coded spreadsheets that you put out about red, yellow, green, where we are in all of these controls.
Oh, the corrective actions, yes.
That the MARB has trying to nudge us towards all these years. And listen, all full disclosure, I'm thankful that the MARB came here and collaborates with us, because I think it's important. However, I guess why did it take us this long, 2 years later, after your spreadsheets and what's red, what's yellow, what's green, why didn't we achieve those things before now? And I ask that because, you know, they said that they're upset about lip service. I know, we've been talking about it for a long, long time, and I'm kind of upset about it too, but you came before us during the budget time and gave us a plan of reorganization for the finance department. That this is what I need to staff a professional finance department and handle the business of the finance department. And I think we didn't take anything away from that. We approved that plan. So I guess what's changed between then, when we approved this reorganization plan for the July 1st budget, and now that all of a sudden that plan it's way light, and we need X, Y, and Z. And I'm not opposed to X, Y, and Z because, right, penny wise, dollar foolish, right? We could all kind of agree to that. But I'm just wondering what's transpired. Why has it taken so long to move the cheese, and why do we need additional staffing over what you recommended to us during the budget?
So I think for the last couple of years, we've been trying to fix other areas within the financial process around reporting, analysis, trying to put some processes in place. Purchasing, we thought, was working as well as could be expected. There were other areas that needed to be addressed. So, yes, in hindsight, we should have done the research that we did this year. We should have done that research earlier and said to you, we need to hire at least one more person in purchasing with the proper credentials. We need to hire additional finance people. But I think that, and I'll do you the courtesy of being frank because you've always been frank with me, honest with me, is that it took us a couple of years to get an extra IT person after a breach. So, we added the admin person in finance to help us with the record keeping and help us with the bid documentation because that was written up in the audit as well. It did go through. We got a little bit of pushback on it. It went from an admin person to a floater. We were fortunate to be able to fund that position when the printer retired. So we've kind of gone to a self-service model, which is working quite well. The floater admin that was hired is taking on some of the printing responsibilities. Some of the departments are doing their own because it's just strictly a matter of knowledge on how to do it. So I think the restraint around increasing costs made it a difficult environment to really put through the number of people that we needed.
Yeah, and I think my point is that now if you have open positions that we've funded, but for some reason they're not filled yet, or you have people that are supposed to be in those positions that are out on long-term disability or whatever the issue is, then bring in a temp. Do what you need to do to continue the business of the finance department, because in theory, if those positions are open, that pot of money is sitting there. It's not it's not being spent, right? So use it in order to make sure that, as others had said, that we plug these gaps. I mean, I think most of us want to be able to feel confident saying that we got a long way to go to kind of dissect what happened in the past, but going forward, we know that our controls are pretty solid and our gaps are being filled. And I think that's all I can ask of you right now. Like I said, the past, I'm not forgetting about it, but it'll present itself when it's ready to present itself. But I think we need, and the community needs, the confidence, knowing that we have that we've put controls in place to ensure that something like this can't happen again.
And that's ultimately the conversation I had with Robert Half as well, is to make sure that we get, we have the interaction with them, so that if we ever do have open positions again, that we're able to reach out to them to get qualified temporary people immediately while we do a search, while we figure out how to fill that position.
And my last question is do we have an idea when the forensic audit is going to be completed?
I do not have an idea. Reached out to one of the partners today. He's on vacation. I'm hoping they'll get back to me next week when he's back.
Mayor, I'm happy to have the answer if you know the answer.
Well, Melissa McClaw said during the meeting that it would be 2 months. Now, they've been in place 3 or 4 weeks now, so I'm taking that, and it's approximate 2 months, so I mean, give or take, taking that maybe we have another 4 weeks, 5 weeks, because nobody's more eager than us to take a look at the findings and be able to make the necessary changes. And each day that goes by, as much as we have some temporary ones in place, it'll be better when we have our internal controls tightened up and we know the results of the forensic audit and truly understand exactly what happened.
And are there people actually on site doing this forensic audit, or are you
No.
just supplying information?
No, we have, there's a SharePoint site that we've uploaded information to. So I've provided them with copies of all of the documents that back up the monies that were submitted in the interim report to the state. So if there's any questions, if there's any pushback, they can come back to us and get that resolved.
Thank you. Well said, thank you.
I have one more question, Frank. The ARPA funding
Yes.
amounts, I know that we, on a monthly basis, we just ask that you show us the,
So, yes. So, because you've asked that in the past, I had a conversation with Mike Walsh, and I've asked for a page on the city website. Once we have the ARPA money appropriated for the projects, I think we're supposed to be holding public sessions. Once we finalize those projects, the expectation would be that that information would be on the city website. All of the bid documentations around the larger projects would be included in that website. Every month, we should be able to expect to post and update the vendors who have been paid under those individual projects and track where we are. That way, there's no question, there's complete visibility. Myself, I think we need to hire an accountant or somebody with a financial background to oversee that money and oversee those projects. That type of individual should be covered by the ARPA funds. It is part of the legislation.
you've, I think, read Chairman Quagliani and my mind, because we discussed a motion, and I don't know if you can feel my eyes on him.
I think
But
it should
we
be
discussed
at least a three, it should be at least a 3 year.
I have the floor.
It should be at least a 3-year contract, because the funding is coming over 2 years, and you want another year to do the cleanup and the follow-up.
So there's, I think, I don't know that we want to do it tonight, but there is some discussion about that. I think to hire the person to oversee the funding, how do we pay them?
Out of the ARPA funds can be used. It's part of the legislation.
Well, I just think that it's important that the community knows.
It would have to be, right.
that
So
we
it would
want-
not be an additional cost to the city.
Right, and how much would that be? So I
And-
think
and
that
that-
we should really look into that.
And we are not the only city. I've heard back from other towns that are looking into that as well.
Could you put that on a to-do list to see what?
I have
the
that on
cost-
my to-do list, yes.
Oh, perfect.
Yes.
Can I follow up?
You have the floor, Chairman.
Thank you. So Frank, just so we're on the same place, right? So, well, I'll start with the mayor. Mayor, when can we anticipate your ARPA plan? The recommended plan to come in front of the council?
There's another meeting in November, probably the end of December, the beginning of January. We have until the end of January to have it presented. We are going to have at least 2 public hearings. Doug Coulter has been working on it with me, and we have received many questionnaires that he's putting the information together. And we also are going to look to bring something forward, because we're looking to do the 5-month and 10 by 10 that we had talked about previously for the businesses. We are allowed to take, you know, an amount of ARPA so long as we bring it to our legislative body to do that. Because we want to assist the businesses that are struggling with leasing problems and all of that. So again, we're moving forward on it. We are working on it. We did get some questionnaires and back. We got quite a few, and we're going to do a couple of public hearings, and then we'll turn it over to the legislative body.
Now,
Is there a date when when the legislative body has to act to approve a plan?
That's what I was gonna ask.
I don't know that date,
Okay,
but I can find out for you.
January 31st, 2022 is when
Is-
it's supposed to be approved by everyone.
Okay.
So I would say it must be January
I
31st.
would
Now-
appreciate that we get the plan sooner than later, because we have to do the same due diligence and have public hearings. So if we're getting it in January, I think that's kind of unfair to make us, you know, have to get that done by the end of January. So I hope that we can either get it for our next meeting or at least the first meeting of the new
No,
council.
it won't be the next meeting. I can guarantee that. So we have work to do as well on it. So again, we have to put it together, and then, as said, and we have to have public hearings as well.
And Frank, it's the, no money will be spent out of that account until the city council approves the plan. Is that correct?
That's correct. I believe the only money that had been spent was the paving
I'm
that
sorry.
got approved. Paving
Out of
is qualified, I believe, under ARPA funds.
We didn't
No.
spend
Wait,
it.
oh my goodness. Did you want to say something?
No, go right ahead.
I think we need to have a clear understanding.
We need to have
So let
a-
me I don't know
Yeah.
how we're going to say this, but I'm going to say this the best way that I know how. There's not going to be a dime, not a penny, not a nickel spent of ARPA money without the absolute permission or sign off of this body.
I would
There's,
agree.
there should not I'm going to say this, and I don't know how we make sure that that is the case, but I am saying right here, right now, what I have said to the residents in this city, that there is not to be a dime spent of ARPA money before it comes before this city council. And I don't know if you misspoke. I'm hoping you misspoke, because I will literally probably lose my ever-loving mind if I feel like I've been lied to and misled, when I know I was told that there was not a dime spent and everything was still there. So I don't know who needs to get me that information, but it would behoove all of us to ensure that that money is still there and nothing is being spent.
I can run a report to show that
We
all the
should-
money is still there.
Okay, so I don't care about street I do care about street paving. I do care, but I have made a commitment to myself based on the poor, the way things went down the last 8 months, and what we have contributed, we as a body, to how things were handled before. So, I, as the finance chair of the city council, am strongly urging not a dime be spent of that money without it coming before me to present to the city council. Do you have anything, Chairman? Because I'm really
Sure.
going to need your assistance.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that the city council prohibits any monies to be spent from ARPA funds unless authorized by the city council.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Thank you.
Anything else from the City Council? Mayor Rossi?
Thank you very much. So, with the ARPA, no money has been spent, and that, so I want to be clear about that. Again, no money has been spent. I went, as you know, over a month ago, whenever I asked Frank to take pictures, if you will, or however we do it, out of the bank accounts where the money sits. So, I want to be clear to everyone here and the public, no money has been spent. And yes, I do understand the rules, and I know that we have to bring it before the city council, and the city council has to approve any spending. They also have the right to make any changes to any plan that we bring forward, and I'm well aware of that. I do want to back up on a couple of things that were discussed tonight, one of which in 17, because Frank is right, he wasn't here in 17, the $500 limit. What we did when we got in is my office, we absolutely looked at vouchers from finance. There was a mess here when we got here. It was unbelievably how bad it was, and that's how we ended up, I say everything was broken, to the brink of bankruptcy. And we have done, we're not there yet, but we have done a lot of work to turn this around, and we're going to continue to. So the $500 vouchers, anything over $500, we used to not process, but go over in my office and sign off on it. We did this for the first 4 to 6 months. There were many errors we found, many corrections that we made. We got it to a good place, and that's why we then let finance take back over with it at that point in time. But we most definitely had to watch it because there were definitely some problems. Even since we've taken over the over 5,000, there have been a couple of errors that were easily fixed, no malfeasance in any way or fraud or anything, just errors. So that's why, again, another person there is important. The other thing, I don't know who listened to the MARB meeting and who didn't, but I know when we first started talking about adding to purchasing, it was for the FY23 budget. I asked, and everyone agreed, that we start this as soon as possible. And in other words, as soon as we can get people in place, there is absolutely no reason to wait until July the 1st, none whatsoever. That being said, we're going to move as quickly as possible to get these people the positions that Frank talked about. CCM has been a valuable source as always to give us an idea of how much it's going to cost. What we will have to do though is, because we're not far along in the budget, again, and I don't know if finance will have that within their budget to move it around, because we can't transfer from someone else's budget until the last 3 months of the year, as you all are aware. But that doesn't mean that that's going to stop us. We will find money within finance for kind of like a loan until we're into the last quarter. I think it's important. I was more than happy to, sign on for our new purchasing person that has been working, that Frank is talking about. She has been a godsend. She definitely already has, talked a lot about the RFP process, the purchasing process, and these processes are what part of which was broken when we got here, and we're trying to fix them, and we're going to, not trying to, going to fix them. So I just wanted to be clear on all of that, and I don't know if anyone has any questions for me about this, but I'd be happy to answer. If you don't have any tonight, please shoot me an email if there's any questions or anything that you have concerns about.
I do have some concerns. What Chairman Quagliani said about the plan, and Doug, I appreciate all your hard work in getting all the information together. I think that we need to have a due date, much along the lines of what the chairman said, that I can't possibly do what I need to do based on everyone else's timelines. If this is due to be sent in to the state, and it's due at the end of January, I would expect some professional courtesy be given to the city council and us given that information and be able to review it and do the same meetings, I'm sorry?
Public hearing?
Yes, thank you, the public hearings, and I'm not trying to insinuate that you're not doing everything humanly possible. I'm just saying that we cannot do our due diligence. Too much has happened for us to shortchange it and then be, restricted in what our job is. So, unless there's like an application for an extension and we could get to the second week of February, I would expect to have it much sooner than into the new year, when we'll have like maybe one meeting as a city council or the time to do the public hearing. And we're all under the gun. We all have pressures. It is not, just one person. I feel a lot of pressure and stress, but I will not be forced or to have to do it under the gun. It is not acceptable. It is not. I'm not saying it just to you. I'm just saying that I know you're part of the process, but you fall under that umbrella that, we've got to work together. It's got to be a collaboration. I don't know if you need to start bringing us in now and we can start having meetings about it. I don't know, but getting it at some point in January when it has to be, what is it, January 31st, it has to be approved by? I don't even know. Do we know? Do we got a date? Please tell me. Thank you.
Well, a plan has to be filed, but the plan can be that we're choosing to put a good deal of this in escrow because COVID's not over. There are unknown unknowns that haven't hit us yet.
Can you come up to the mic? I apologize. I'm sorry, Chairman, were you thinking that?
Say your name.
Yeah, Doug Coulter. My wife says I live at 355 Main Street, West Haven.
What's your title, Doug?
I'm the grants coordinator for the city of West Haven. And CRF was not a grant, by the way, so I'm clear of that one. The process the mayor asked me to initiate was gathering input, and that's the charge so far.
Okay.
I will say that I got 47 responses in, which I consider to be dismally pathetic, and I was expecting more. Quite frankly, 12 of those were all in favor of us giving all the money to Allentown to build a new firehouse, so, which is a great idea. But I would expect department heads to have filed, employees, members of the council, even the political candidates. Not much came in. So I would say, Mayor, that we open that window back up. The questionnaire is still on our website. You can still file suggestions, and it's what it is.
Have we given that information to the library? I know that was a suggestion by Colleen to share that. Have we?
Well, I think it's kind of we all have to chip in and spread the message to our constituents to get it out there. So, any citizen I know of, I've talked it up, which is probably how the Allentown Firehouse stuff came in. But I would strongly recommend that we get as much input as possible. I would have expected a couple of hundred suggestions.
How many did you get?
47. It really was disappointing.
And 46 was the Allentown Fire Department?
At least 14 of them or so. So if you have a constituent group that's got an issue, by all means, they should be presenting.
So the date is January 31st.
Well, and I think that's for you to act on a plan, but the plan doesn't have to be how you're going to spend the entire money. We could say, okay, we're going to do $8 million now for these immediate needs. We're going to hold our breath on the balance until we know what we know. Because if you look at what's going on in England, the mask came down, they got hit with another wave of something that they weren't prepared for, and they're right back to shutdowns and lockdowns.
You had a question?
So that could happen here.
If we do say that on January 31st that we're gonna spend so much money for the Allentown Fire Department and then save the rest in escrow, when do we have to file another report to say how we're using the rest of the money? Is
You know,
that timed also?
As a grant writer, I'm used to getting a set of rules with deadlines, okay? The ARPA funding, as the CRF, as I'm reading through that now too, is frustratingly vague, and they leave a lot up to us to make our own rules and decisions. And that's part of the issue with the criticism of CRF funding, you know, that there really are very few rules. It's guidelines. They tell you specifically that they're non-exclusive lists of things that are eligible. So every municipality was left to make up their own rules, and that's kind of the way it is with ARPA as well. I think that what the Treasury is looking for, who's asking for this report, what they're looking for is that there's some responsible party who's overseeing it and reporting it back to them. It's not a hard and fast rule. You have to make up your mind by the 31st. By the 31st, you've looked at it, you examined it. Now, I think that the citizens in need want that money rolled out. It doesn't do them much good in the bank, and that's the impetus for us to do something with it, but probably not all of it. But that would be my suggestion to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yep.
Because Allentown Fire Department has been brought up, so I just want to clarify, because not everyone understands this, but I was on the council when the fire department came under the city. We use this as an example. If everyone agrees to, say, give Allentown $2 million, I'm just using that as an arbitrary number, that $2 million is going to cost you $6 million, because whatever you give to Allentown, the Center District has to get and West Shore has to get. And the reasoning behind that is the money was given to the city. The city only has one fire department, but like for me, I have the Center District.
Well, what about, can I just challenge you with what you said? Why would the police department be left out? Why wouldn't it cost us $8 million?
Okay.
Because
the police department is with the whole city.
Okay.
So the other is like the 3. So anytime that you want to give to one of the fire departments, and Allentown's the one under the city, you have to give to the other 2. That's the fair way. We discussed this at length through many, many meetings before, you know, Allentown came under it. And the explanation, and it made a lot of sense, is the city got the whole bucket of money, if you will. Why should only Allentown benefit and not Center? Because again, my fire district is the Center. I'm sure there's people, and I know there's people on here that West Shore is their fire department. So I just want to make sure everyone's clear, because you don't want to, you know, allocate it incorrectly. So it has to equal whatever the amount. And again, I just threw that money, that number out there. It doesn't mean I have any, you know, attachment to it or anything like that.
So the time is now 9:53 and your Committee on Finance is closed.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky.
Thank you, Frank.
The next committee is the Redevelopment Committee, Councilwoman O'Connor.
Your Committee on Redevelopment is starting now at 9:53. Present is Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Mitch, and Councilman Donovan, and myself as chairman. I would like to bring this out favorably. Do I have a motion? Mitch, and then do I have a second? Robin. Councilman Hamilton. I do have some questions, and Doug, could you come up? I have one really big question. I want to thank you for answering our email, and my question pertains to number 3. We're all very gun-shy about accepting more money right now and having to disperse it. So you gave us this wonderful list of how the controls are in place. There was actually 17 different people or departments that it'll have to go through. How do we know, this is the big question, how can you assure us that they will go through all 17 departments and that all the money will definitely go to where it's supposed to go?
Well, I mean, I didn't invent that process. It's all right here in the ordinance, chapter 42. Since I've been in here and was promoted up from the building department, this has been my Bible. This is how I do business. This is how I'm required to do business. I never got anything purchased or through this city without following this. So it's just standard operating procedure for anything I've been involved with. You have the added assurance that this particular grant is micromanaged by the Department of Economic Community Development. They wouldn't let us put the request for proposals out for contractors until they'd approved it. They won't let us sign the contract with the vendor until they've approved it. They won't let us pay the final invoice to the vendor until they've approved the work product. So we do have Big Brother babysitting us on this particular grant as an added level of safety for you. I think that we're probably following the rules on this one more than ever before because we now have a purchasing consultant who's pointing out a few things that we should have included in it, and we did have the opportunity to amend. So I think we're in good shape. The people bidding on this are all licensed professionals, and most of them have worked for the city before on other projects, so we have a very good cast of contractors willing to do this work. All of the bids came in under budget, so we have more in grant money than we're contracting for. So we have a contingency fund on this as well.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the committee that has a question? Gary?
Yeah, Doug, I mean, I understand what it's for, but can you explain what this grant is for so the public understands it?
Well, we have these 3 schools that have had many false starts over the years, trying to get them redeveloped. Every year they sit there, they kind of decline in value because the ability to do something with the buildings is getting harder as time and weather has approached them. So, working with Lee, we noticed that when we go to negotiations with these potential developers, what they hang over our head is this big cudgel of the unknown cost to abate the building. And they come up with these fantastic numbers, and we go, no, it can't be true. But we're not in a position to negotiate because as a contractor, they're standing there with all sorts of documents to say, oh no, that building's going to have all these problems and we can't afford to pay you that much for it. We just have to get it for free. So I said, well, I can get study money that will define what that cost is once and for all. And then when he goes to negotiate with the developers, he can pull out the study and say, I know exactly what it's going to cost to abate because I had a professional study that estimates the cost to abate. And the good thing about this grant here is the state gave us $178,500. There's no matching fund requirement. It's an economic community development fund, so it's if the work product is passed on to the new owner so that they can develop the property, then that's good because that's what it's supposed to do, is get the property developed and no longer sitting there vacant, boarded up. So that's the purpose of it.
Necessary step to get abatement.
Right, so it's also a prerequisite to get abatement funds. So if the city were to participate with the developer or the developer were to go on their own, they have to have this study. So we took a year off the cycle. So if we made a deal with a developer tomorrow, they would have a year to get through this. We started this a year ago, so now we're a year ahead, which just entices the developer to want to move faster. And I think it's going to broaden the pool of prospective purchasers when you take away the unknown and you have a quantified dollar amount on the table and you've done your test, you know what's in the building, you know how much PCB there is, how much lead there is, it's all quantified.
Thank you. Is there anyone else on the committee? All right, I'm going to open it up to the rest of the council. Does anyone else have a question for Doug? I don't see any other questions. Oh.
And maybe this was answered. Hi, Doug, how are you? So since we'll have the study all in place and we cut the timeline a year ahead of time, does it increase the value of the property?
Perhaps. I think that there's two things that address that. One is you'll probably expand the pool of people willing to get involved, because the people who, don't want to take big risks will stay away, and you only end up with the high-risk people, and they want to lowball you. So if we quantify it, we know it's there. The downside is that the quantity comes in so outrageous that, that it becomes fact that you have to give the property away because of the cost to abate. So I think that if we look at what the report came back for One Forest Road, and they had a little bit of PCB contamination in the dirt around the building from caulk products that leached in the soil. They had some lead, they had a little bit of asbestos. Same year of construction for these schools. These are a little newer than One Forest. One Forest was 2 buildings, old one and a new one. I really don't expect it to be any worse than One Forest. I think the cost to abate One Forest was $250,000. So I really am optimistic that this will put us in a better position. So of note, when we tried to do Thompson, we had 3 studies done on that property. But the last study said, you have to keep looking because we don't know what's underneath the underneath. And we worded this one to say, we don't want any of that coming back. We want a definitive answer. So go back to Thompson School, finish the study, and tell me exactly what it's going to cost. Don't stop halfway and say it could be more, because that doesn't help us.
Does anyone else have a question? All right, Doug, thank you for hanging out with us. Please
welcome.
give your wife our regrets that you had to hang out so long. All right, we have a motion, so all in favor? Aye. All right, all opposed? Any abstentions? All right, it's unanimous. And your subcommittee on redevelopment has ended at 10:02.
Thank you, Councilwoman O'Connor. Unfinished business, we have none. The council will reconvene for committee reports. If the clerk would read communication D into the record.
Communication B from the tax collector regarding overpayment of refunds for the month of October 2021, which will be filed with tonight's minutes.
Thank you, Stacy. First committee to report out is the Finance Committee, Councilwoman Hosky.
The city council approved the following motion at the regular meeting held on October 25th, 2020. Resolved, the city council of the city of West Haven hereby approves the following donations to be deposited into line item 1010000028285 animal shelter donations. Eleanor Frolic for $100, Wayne Hugendubel for $25, Michelle Bernardi for $100, Frank Malone for $25, Patricia Jensen for $10, Angela Russo for $100, and Roseanne Kelly for $25. My apologies, there was a second page. Stop and Shop for $424, Money Order for $500, Hearst Service Center for $47.70, West Haven Elks 1537 for $75, Convex Credit Union for $100, Lawrence Palermo for $25, Angela Russo for $100, Hearst Service Center for $31.12.
Councilwoman Hosky's brought forward communication A from Police Chief Joseph Perno in regards to animal shelter donations as was read into the record. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Next thing, I heard Councilman Galvano, Massaro. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries unanimously.
And that is all that I have.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky. Next committee to report out is the Redevelopment Committee, Councilwoman O'Connor.
I read this I just read this, correct? And then we take the vote? Okay. The city council approved the following motion at a regular meeting held on today is November. November 8th, 2021. Resolved, the city council of the city of West Haven hereby approves the financial assistance from Connecticut Department of Economic and Community Development in the amount of $178,500 in order to undertake the Stiles, Blake, and Thompson environmental assessment.
Councilwoman O'Connor has brought forward Communication E from the October 25, 2021 agenda from Mayor Nancy Rossi regarding a resolution for the complete environmental assessment of the Blake, Stiles, and Thompson school properties. Is there a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilwoman Oski, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Is there anyone opposed? Are there any abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. Adoption of ordinance is previously presented. There are none. Most of the executive session team has left the office right now, so let's move on to council liaison reports. Are there any council liaison reports to share? Seeing none. Is there any new business?
Chairman?
I have some.
Go ahead, you just have to say. Councilwoman Johnston?
Unfortunately, it looks, oh, Lee is here, Attorney Tiernan. So I've gotten a few phone calls from constituents who are understandably still upset that the Haven demolition seems to have stalled and that they haven't really been apprised of what's happening. I know that there was this, there've been some movement on the taxation, but I was just hoping to get an update from Mayor Rossi about any meetings that have happened with the city and the developer, or if Attorney Tiernan has any information about what's happening there.
Are you able to provide any update on the Haven project for the council?
Yes, Mr. Chair. They must have done some demolition because they did send me an invoice recently. I don't know how much it's slowed. Some of that, what you see there, they need to, there's some fill they need to use to finish part of their project. Working with my student interns, including Councilor O'Connor's favorite intern, Mr. Riley, we were able to get to them a draft agreement, interlocal agreement that is required. I'm waiting for their response to that agreement. I hope to have that agreement in the next couple of weeks, and then hope to work something out so we can present it to you folks so that we can then take the step forward. So it is moving forward. It's not, I would agree, it's not moving fast as I would like it to move forward. But if I don't think the interlocal agreement is, progressing as quickly as we would like to think, then I will take further steps, more proactive steps to get them to move a little quicker. But that is where it's at. And every indication I have is, they're in the same position they were before, which is, not changing. And like I say, the tax district, once we get the interlocal agreement in place, will be in place for them so that they can move forward. And they still have incentives. There's still money on the table that if they don't move forward, they don't get to access it. So I think they will.
Do you have any information about the state funding for demolition, if that's been depleted, or?
Yeah, so they have $2 million set aside for clearing the site, and the reason why that is not the entire site is because the state only allowed the clearing consistent with the 1.5 acre linear park that's going to be going along the waterfront at the site. So that appears to be almost completed. They then want to have $3 million on the traffic improvements they would need to perform pursuant to their traffic permit. with State DOT along Elm Street. And so they still have a little left on the 2 million that they could use. If they don't use the 2 million, it would roll into the 3 million that's left for the traffic improvements. You know, they don't really, they have to give that money back if they don't complete the project. So they have every incentive to move forward and do what they're supposed to do. But look, this is, you know, been an ongoing thing. You know, the original person who met with Mayor Picard is dead. I mean, it has taken longer than it should be. And I will continue to coax them and prod them, and if I have to use more proactive tools to get them to move forward, I will. But I'd like to give them, you know, another 2 weeks at least to get me the interlocal agreement back before I do that.
Thank you.
Any other new business? Oh, you want to say something else?
Did we?
No, we skipped over it.
Okay.
We're going to come back to it.
All right, very good.
Councilwoman Oski.
I'm not sure if this is the right time, but I just wanted to make sure that when we have a standing item for the finance committee, that we have the police pension, the MARB meeting synopsis, and ARPA funding, just something tidbit, that we get an ARPA update. And
Will you note that those should be standing items under the finance committee?
And then I want to, since the mayor isn't here, the administrative assistant, that position, if it's getting posted and filled anytime, how that's going.
Do you have any information on that? Question is
You're
when-
talking about the administrative assistant position in the finance department?
No, in the
city council.
Oh, we have a fairly new personnel director. I'll double check. I thought it was posted, but I'll double check and report back to your chair.
Thank you. And then I would like to invite the personnel director as well as corp counsel to our next meeting to review comp time and record keeping. And I say this with all the respect necessarily, and I don't know if we should bring in outside counsel to have that discussion, because both of these individuals partake in that benefit.
I mean, it's at your pleasure. I don't have a preference either way. I can, certainly both of us, I mean, the personnel director hasn't been here long enough, but you can certainly get a history of where we are.
There is, and I say this because I have the utmost trust and respect for you, and I don't ever believe that you would do anything to, you know, have the state come in and say you can't practice law in the state of Connecticut anymore, but sometimes people like to make, and perception is key, so I just want to make sure that the residents of our town are confident in, you know, they may not see things the way that I see it, so
Yes,
I
so
represent them.
well, yeah, along those lines, just so you know. I won't speak for anyone else. The finance director has a full accounting of all my comp time since March of 2018, to date. And they have a full accounting of all my COVID-related work to date. And so I have no problems with any discussion of comp time or the policy. I can give you the history, if, you know, but we can have.
But we've had
we
this
can have labor,
conversation before.
No, but we can have
Yeah.
labor council here, a separate labor council here, if they want to discuss, you know, any changes in that policy or how we move forward.
Right, and that's, yeah.
I have no problem with that, and if I'm invited in that form, I'll make sure someone's here.
That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman.
Anybody else on this side of the table? You could. What do you want, you have a new business question?
Yes.
Sure, go ahead,
Yeah.
Councilman Donovan.
I would request that we have a meeting, a special meeting, next Wednesday, November 17th, if possible, about all RFPs that were submitted to Savin Rock Conference Center. Also Stiles, Thompson, and Blake, if possible.
Blaine, you have any comment?
Yeah, could you make that the most recent RFP? That's all I ask.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, yes, so Stacy, we'll have to do the proper noticing to the community, to the city clerk's office, that the Public Lands Committee will have a committee meeting on Wednesday, November 17th, at what time?
7 o'clock. You want to make it earlier?
That's up to you, you're the chairman.
I'm okay.
7 o'clock?
7 o'clock.
All right, November 17th at 7 PM. We'll notice that meeting and we'll invite the current RFP submitters to present to the committee, and that will also be available to the council as well. We'll invite the entire council if they'd like to join. All set? Councilman Cohen?
Yeah, I'm just so that we're clear, maybe this is the question for Lee, I'm not sure who to ask this. The gentleman that came up here earlier this evening to present, or to introduce, I guess that it was, he had a receipt that there was an RFP for, if I'm getting this right, a $35 million center. Do we ever get that, or is this going to be part of the November 17th meeting? I'm just confused because...
The council never received it, that's why we're going to...
Yeah,
on the 17th.
I guess what I'm saying is, I guess my first question is, did we know about this RFP? I'm not sure what's going on.
Although I have been involved in many processes for the city over the last 3.5, 4 years, or even since '06 when I first began working for the city, and I'm always happy to chip in. I was not asked to participate in that RFP process.
Oh, okay, then I'm sorry.
I only got the tail end of it. However, I know Mr. Gordon, I've met with Mr. Gordon, and, it can always be a positive thing to have an airing of, what he had, and so you'll be able to know all the proposals that came forward, and I think that makes sense pursuant to your policy concerning land sales and land leases.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring it up, just because I know that whenever we get proposals, like last December when we got the first series of 4 proposals, which we picked the Smyrna Group, it was the recommendation of the committee at the time. There was 3 other ones, 2 of them we just didn't feel were right, the other one wasn't the right fit. But we had all the RFPs, so this time for November 7th, if indeed his receipt's legitimate, which I'm sure it is, and the presentation, it's now going to give us a choice, at least to the best of our knowledge. There's only 2 RFP. Before this, it seemed like there was only 1 RFP, which was the brewing company that we might have been aware of. And so I'm just surprised because, and the reason why I say this is, normally before any type of announcement, any type of press conference or anything like that, it usually comes before the council to get an approval. And then when there's only 1 RFP, which maybe we're only aware of, I kind of felt it was very inappropriate, regardless of any election year or anything else, that there would be a press conference prior to it coming to the council. And now we're finding out tonight that there might be, and maybe it's not true, a second RFP. And I just find this to be extremely distressing. Okay, maybe it was okay to do it, but was it ethical to have a press conference prior to it coming to the council? Okay. Especially now that we had a second one, it was almost, in my opinion, if indeed we knew about this second proposal, if indeed we did know, it was almost like steering a decision for the council, saying like, you read the release, it was almost like a done, and let me put on the record, I have no problem with the brewery. I think it's a nice idea. I haven't read the proposal yet. The devil's in the details like everything else, so I'm just concerned what happened here tonight, that a gentleman came here with another RFP. So I think it's important to the council to know, and for the public to know, was this RFP, did we know about it? And if we didn't know about it, why didn't we know about it? If this guy that with the receipt, and he's talking to $35 million, and I don't know, maybe it's all fantasy.
Okay.
But I am concerned. And I think the public's concerned.
Okay. So, what you have in the brewery is the mayor's request of the council to approve a proposal. The mayor's allowed to do that, and often the mayor has done that, okay? You are a legislative body. So you can take that proposal, you can reject that proposal, or you can do what it sounds like your subcommittee's gonna do, which is air the other proposals. You have that right.
But my
Now-
question, Lee, is, my question
Can I-
was, did
no,
we
with all
know
due
about the
respect,
second?
can I- With all due respect, can I finish?
No, no, you can't, because you're not answering the question. My question is, did you know about the second proposal?
Mr. Chair, I'm not gonna answer his questions if I'm not allowed to finish the answer. I'm sorry.
Finish the
I've been-
answer, and then you could ask the second question.
So, when you have proposals, and when you start negotiating with different entities that want to locate here, if the entity makes requests, for example, the entity wanted to have a press conference. The entity has a negotiation and a proposal in New Haven. So the council should be aware that you could lose the brewery, depending on how you handle it. So that you don't know about, because that's part of the negotiation process, but that could be part of the reason why the entity, which was the brewery people, wanted to make a press conference announcement, because they wanted to feel like they actually have an opportunity. They're looking to start construction, finish construction in September. So they don't have a long way to wait, and you could lose them as a potential developer, okay? So there was nothing flawed about the process, and it didn't foreclose anything that the city council was about to do.
And now I'll ask my second question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Go to the floor.
The press conference, as I understand it, because like any good council person, we do our due diligence, was a rushed press conference, and at the end of the day, they had to know that they had to have a public hearing, and so that press conference was not going to press anything along because we have to have a public hearing, as the chairman just said. So the idea that they asked for a press conference, well, yes, any good vendor, developer is going to ask for a press conference. But the timing of that press conference and the rush of that press conference was rushed not because of the developer. Thank you.
That's not correct, but you can make that statement.
No, I can make that truth.
That is not true. I have, the brewer had the press conference, and they will not be developing a brewery here if you don't have the mayor making the recommendation. If the mayor says,
Of
no, I'm
course.
going to recommend two proposals, they're out.
Of course, you always have a recommendation, which led to my original question. Did you know about the second recommendation? Did you know about the
I
second
know?
RFP, excuse me?
As I said, I wasn't involved in the RFP
Okay, so you don't
process or
have
the
the
selection
answer.
process.
Okay, thank you.
Any other new business? Okay, seeing none, I will take a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of contract term for hydroponic development project. Do I have a motion? Motion by Councilman Donovan, is there a second? Second by Councilman Massaro. Any discussion on going into executive session? We're going to invite the Corp Council into executive session. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay.
Oh, Hunter Naseby has been working on this as well. Can he do an executive session?
And see your,
He works in my office, yes.
Okay, I don't think anybody has any concerns with that. Okay, we are in executive session. Second, we're adjourned. Thank you.